Good morning, this is Brett Thompson with the Nevada Office of Emergency Management. It is 9 o'clock on July 13th, and I will call to order the Nevada Resilience Advisory Committee. With that, Ms. Forrest, would you call the roll?
Yes, Lauren Borks for the record. Brett Compton.
Present.
Brian O'Neill. Chief O'Neill, are you on? Andy Ancho.
Present.
Thank you. Jason Andrus. Roy Anderson.
Present.
Thank you, Roy. Salome Barton. Taylor Allison. Present. John Backall.
Present.
Thank you. Noah Boyer.
Present.
Lee Cavanis.
Present.
Lee. Doug McMahon. Anna Chavez. Kevin Joe Colacercio.
Present.
Sir. Kyle Serfolio. Tim Galuzzi. Kelly Echeverria. Kelly, can you repeat that for me? I'm not getting any audio from you, Kelly. I'll circle back. Andrea S.
Present.
Thank you, Andrea. Tim Hill. Eric Holt.
I'm present.
Thank you, Eric. Chris Lake.
Present.
Sir. Carolyn Levering.
Here.
Ma'am. Greg Prestipino.
Present.
Sir. Matthew Peterson.
I am virtually present on the line.
Copy. Thank you, sir. Ken Keener. Lindsay Robinson.
Present.
Thank you, ma'am. Bill Sovereign. Carrie Underwood. Carrie, I see you on. Can you try your mic one more time, please?
Yes, present. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Thank you. DT Allen.
Present.
Thank you, DT. Bert Carroll.
Present.
Copy. Diana Clarkson. Corey Ross. Oh, I see you, Diana.
Hey, this is Carrie Underwood. I just want to say Chief O'Neill and Anna Chavez are also in that room with Diana, if you didn't see them.
Chief and Anna, can I get you to verbally acknowledge that you're here, please?
Clark County, we cannot hear you.
This is Carrie Underwood. They texted me, said they're having some audio problems.
Try it again. Try it again, Chief. Brian O'Neill, present.
Anna Chavez, present. Diana Clarkson, present. Thank you. Scott Means.
Present.
Thank you, Scott. Sarah Fickner.
Present.
Sarah Heather Lafferty.
Present.
Melissa Friend. Present. Selby Marks.
Present.
Selby.
I'm here.
Kelly, were you able to get your audio working?
Apparently not.
Yeah, Kelly can speak.
I can speak for myself. I'm on my laptop. We're working on room audio, so stay tuned for that.
Copy. Thank you, Kelly. And Salome Barton.
Salome Barton on the line. My apologies.
Thank you, ma'am. You have quorum.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Lauren, if you notice anybody else come in that was absent, please annotate. We'll get them in the record list. All right, we'll close agenda item number 1. Go to agenda item number 2. This will be public comment discussion only. No action may be taken upon a matter raised under this item of the agenda until the matter itself has been specifically included on the agenda as an item upon which action may be taken. Public comments will be limited to 3 minutes per person at the discretion of the chair. Comments will not be restricted based on viewpoint. Provide testimony during this period of public comment via telephone. Please call in anytime after 8:30 on the day of the meeting and dial 1-669-219-2599. When prompted to provide the meeting ID, please enter 202-331-8963 and then press pound. When prompted for a participant ID, please press pound. When asked to provide public comment, please press *6 to unmute your phone and *6 again when your comments are complete. Be advised, YouTube streams between 60 and 90 seconds behind, so we will account for that. At this point, do we have any public comment here in the room in Carson City? Seeing none, do I have any public comment from the Zoom platform?
One board for the record, seeing none.
Nor do we have any public comment on the phone that you are aware of?
Seeing none.
Hey, Brett, this is Matt Peterson. Lee and I just consolidated. That's why he dropped off. He's present here with me.
Understood. Please annotate that we have attendance. And we'll close agenda item number 2, public comment. Move to agenda item number 3. This can be approval of minutes. We have 2 minutes to approve. We will first review January 20, 2026, and then April 28th, 2026 meetings. At this point, is there any discussion on the minutes for January 20th, 2026? Hearing no discussion, I would entertain a motion to accept. Back at all, motion done with the first. Do I have a second?
This is Andrea Aspel, second the motion.
Andrea asked with a second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor of approving the minutes as presented for January 20th, 2026, say aye.
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 Any opposed, state nay. Minutes from January 20th, 2026 are approved. Next, we will review the minutes from April 28th, 2026. Is there any discussion on the minutes from April 28th? Hearing no discussion, I entertain a motion to approve.
Barton, motion to approve.
Salome Barton with a first. Do I have a second?
Chris Lake will second.
Chris Lake with a second. Any discussion? Wasn't there, so I'm going to abstain. Okay, John Abacadoll abstains from voting. All those in agreement on the notes as presented from April 28th, 2026, please state aye.
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 Any opposed, state nay. Meeting notes from April 28th are approved. That will close agenda item number 3. We're going to go to agenda item number 4. This will be an overview of the federal fiscal year 2026 Homeland Security Grant Program and the state Homeland Security Program. This is discussion only. Committee will be provided with an overview of the grant process for the HSP grants, as well as an overview of the compliance requirements for all grant recipients. So here we go. So good morning, Nrac. I'm going to walk you through the process for today's ranking of the SHSP funds. So the procedure as approved by the Nrac during the January 26th committee meeting and subsequently briefed to the Homeland Security Commission is as follows. Beginning with the 2026 grant cycle, all grants will compete every year. There are no more automatic renewals. OEM Homeland Security, with governor's approval, provided enduring focused investment areas for capabilities that Nevada wants to retain or improve in the grant notification. It was in Bulletin 1. Recommendations were based on analysis of HSGP approved projects over the past 10 years. So at the end of this overview, I will ask if any applicants wish to pull their project. We'll let it out. When we get to agenda item number 5, we will ask all applicants to provide an overview of their project. The maximum allowable time will be 5 minutes. Shorter is better. If all applicants take 5 minutes, this will be almost 2 hours, not factoring any questions, discussion, and ranking. Due to the requirement for 10% of the SHSP funds dedicated to border crisis response and enforcement, the only application Washoe County Sheriff's Office for this category will automatically be approved. This project is exactly 10% of the grant, so no negotiations on the awarded amount are warranted. We ask that when ranking, list this project as your number one to facilitate the calculations. The total state Homeland Security target allocation is $4,362,750. There are $6,916,620 in requests and $4.144 million available for projects. This means we must negotiate a reduction of approximately $2.772 million during the ranking process. There are 5 national priority areas requiring a 30% minimum spend across all 5. And that amount is $1,308,825. The national priority areas are enhancing the protection of soft targets in crowded places, supporting Homeland Security Task Force and fusion centers, enhancing and integrating cybersecurity resilience, supporting border crisis response and enforcement, 10% minimum spend, which is the one I just alluded to with Washoe County, $436,275. Enhancing election security, it's a 3% minimum spend of $130,882. We also must spend 35%, or 35% of this grant must be dedicated to law enforcement terrorism prevention activities for approximately $1.5 million, $1,526,962. $218,137 is allocated for OEM's management of projects in this grant. I'm going to foot stomp this next one. It really matters. You must be advised that there is uncertainty regarding the actual amount of approved sub-applicants will receive due to the application of a withhold condition to this year's election, enhancing election security NPA. We are unable to comply as the NOFO is currently published. FEMA will withhold 20% of the overall grant. Since there is only one application for election security this year, Carson City's project, that project will need to be approved. The 3% requirement is $130,882, and Carson's application is for $864,310. Only the 3% must be approved. The difference will need to be worked out by the committee. Carson, be aware that Nevada's ability to comply with the election security MPA could affect the payout of that award. As I stated initially, this year we introduced Nevada-focused investment areas. While no specific amounts or percentages were tied to any investment category, the following are required to be funded at some level during the negotiation and ranking process. First category is fusion centers / intelligence centers, and based on the 10-year analysis, this includes the NTAC, SNCTC, and Nrac applications. Community emergency response teams. Over the past 2 years, Washoe, Douglas, and Carson have received these funds. OEM statewide recovery project, which provides for the preliminary damage assessment and GIS support across the state. OEM statewide NIMS Styra project. The COOP and COG project that Washoe County administers for the state. And the Northern Nevada Bomb Squad capabilities. The following investments are strongly encouraged but not required. Alerts and warning systems, including evacuation and incident information sharing tools. Unmanned aerial systems and counter unmanned aerial systems. There were no applications in this category this year. And 911 system enhancements. So prior to commencing the ranking and agenda item number 6, we will solicit project cost adjustments. Upon the completion of ranking, we will again solicit project cost adjustments to attempt to fund as many projects as possible. Should a situation arise in which the Nrac does not rank the required Nevada-focused investment areas above the line, as SAA, I will make a recommendation to the Homeland Security Finance Committee to adjust the ranking. Post-Nrac timeline for awareness. So the UAG meets tomorrow, July 14th at 0900 to rank the UASI projects. The Homeland Security Finance Committee will meet on Wednesday, the 15th at 10 a.m. All Homeland Security grants projects, including SHSP and UASI, recommendations are presented to the Homeland Security Finance Committee. All applicants should be available to answer questions from the Finance Committee during this session. The Homeland Security Commission will meet on the 15th at 14:30 or 2:30. And the Homeland Security Finance Committee recommendation will be presented to the commission for approval. All recommended applicants should again be available to answer any questions. And then we, OEM, will go through the process of the application submission to FEMA in accordance with the no-vote timeline. So with that, are there any projects that wish to pull out of the competition at this time? Okay, seeing none. We will close agenda. Is there any discussion on number 4?
Hey, Brett.
Chief Ancho?
Yeah, Chief Ancho here. I'm sorry, I had a hard time hearing some of the stuff you were saying in the beginning. Did you say it was the Washoe County detention that we should consider voting number 1?
Yeah, it's the Washoe County Sheriff's Office. Actual title of that one is. It's the Detention Facility Enhancement and Interagency Communications Capability.
Okay. Thank you.
And that's just, that's a mandatory for us to qualify for the funding. We have to spend 10% there. They're the only applicants.
Hey, Kelly Echeverria. Yeah, Brett, it's really hard to hear you. So if you could, I don't know, yell, that would be great.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay. Gonna be a long day in here for these guys. Any additional discussion? Okay, with that, we'll close agenda item number 4. We'll go to agenda item number 5. This will be the FY26 SHSP project and budget proposal presentations. The committee will hear project and budget proposal presentations. This will be limited to 5 minutes. And this will be from the project representatives who submitted project proposals. Lauren is going to do the timing for us. She will give you a warning at the 4-minute mark, and I will cut you off at the 5-minute mark. So with that, here we go. So first up will be project A as an alpha. This will be the Boulder City Fire Department. This will be the Regional Communications Enhancement Command Vehicle Interoperable Radio Expansion. This project is not a law enforcement terrorism protective activity. It is not a national priority area, and it is not one of these state-focused areas. So with that, Boulder City, the floor is yours.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Jimmy Wilworth. I'm the administrative captain here in Boulder City Fire Department. I will be presenting on behalf of the Boulder City Fire Department. Thank you for the time and the opportunity. The first one we have in front of us, the ask is $60,000 for the vehicle interoperable radio expansion. Really what this is about is firefighter safety. We do need, and it is imperative that we get our command vehicles up to par, adding an additional radio. Right now, to talk on 2 different channels, it is quite difficult and cumbersome, having to use a hand pack and then the radio installed in your car. Feedback, all kinds of other things make it very, very difficult. This puts us in line with all the other agencies in the Las Vegas and Clark County area. We run with Metro, County, Park Service, Henderson Community Ambulance. So many different times we run calls to where we have to talk to 1 or 2 different agencies at a time to make the call go smooth. And right now in our command vehicles, that is quite difficult. The ask, like I said, is $60,000. It is scalable down to 40 if the group feels that is appropriate. With that being said, the ask is imperative that we keep firefighter safety at the front of our goals and objectives here. We lose so much radio traffic during calls that produce agencies to talk, to reach benchmarks and to check in. And we do not want to see ourselves on a NIOSH or OSHA report to where we lost a mayday or the call went very south because we were not able to communicate appropriately. In conclusion, it will put us in line with all other agencies in the valley. The inoperability will it will close the gap, and we will be able to run calls more efficiently with all the other agencies we are running with. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Is there any discussion or questions on item alpha? Come back, Bill.
So John Bacall from Carson City. I just had a couple of questions how come this was not put in the UASC applications?
So upon our submittal, this is where we were placed. I don't know the exact answer to that, to be quite honest with you, but when we submitted, this is where we were guided and placed after we submitted both grants.
Very confident for the record, just so you guys have some background. Chief, when I was reviewing these Friday night, Chief O'Neill and I had a discussion. It was already submitted, all the paperwork had already come out. They do qualify as a part of the MSA and probably should be part of the UASI, and I would recommend for all future years that they get ranked with UASI. But due to the timelines, we just moved forward with where they had selected to go into this. Any additional discussion? I see Matt Peterson.
Can you guys hear me all right?
Yes, sir.
So Matt Peterson, for the record, as I was looking through your application, your install cost is more than the actual cost of it. Do you have 3 quotes or different vendors that could give you a better deal than $9,610 per install?
So the install is through Motorola. Unfortunately, they're the only ones that we have found that can execute the install that we're looking for. The install, we're asking for the headsets and for the radios to be able to talk on 2 different channels at one time. With that being said, that we really haven't found anyone else that is able to execute what we're asking for.
I have a couple more follow-up questions. So is it scalable if you remove the headsets and just go with the base Motorola or the vehicle radio?
Scalable, we're asking for 3. It's scalable down to 2.
Okay. And then have you explored utilizing the new county E911 funds for some of the end-to-end user products? In Elko County, we are able to do one-time purchases through our E911 funds to bring people up to the communication level countywide to do that same thing.
So I'm not familiar with E911. If we're talking about the 911 surcharge funds, those do exist, but we, from what I understand, are not going to have access to those for at least another 1.5 or 2 years.
Okay. That's the end of my questions.
Thanks, Matt. Any additional questions? All right, seeing none, we will move to the next item. This will be item B. This is also Boulder City. This will be for their hazardous materials technical decontamination capability. This one is also not a LEPTA category. It does qualify under the national priority area of the soft targets. And sir, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you. Once again, I should have touched on this on the first one, but I just wanted to give a quick background about the department here in Boulder City. We cover approximately 212 square miles. Our staffing is 8, a minimum of 7. So why you see us running with all different agencies, that's why. 1 station, 8 people at a time, minimum 7. Moving to the regional hazardous material technical decon line, this is an ask for roughly $23,000 for a Zumro technical decon line. The reason for the ask is here again is the area that we cover, the US 93, 95, all the way up to Searchlight, Hoover Dam. We are first in for Hoover Dam, and we have a mutual aid with the park. Also, a lot of other surrounding areas. We've done a risk assessment. The risk and the hazards do exist, and we are trying to address them. We do not have what you would call a full stand-up hazardous material or hazmat team. We are currently working on that, hence the ask here. Our second in for our hazard materials incident backup is Henderson Fire, and then it would be the city of Las Vegas, and eventually Clark County when their team is stood up. What this does for us, it again makes the interoperability much more compatible to where this decon line is what Henderson Fire is running, along with some of the other agencies like Las Vegas Fire and Clark County, and I believe Northtown as well. With our minimal manpower, this decon line will be able to be stood up in much less time than the one we have now, with much less people. To us, that's very imperative with being able to support a hazmat team going downrange, and us not having a large amount of personnel to stand up a technical decon line. It's very important that we are able to do this efficiently. So with this ask, again, it puts us in line with all the other surrounding agencies. Helps us set this up much more quicker and efficiently. And this assignment or this ask is not scalable due to that is just simply the cost of the technical decon line.
All right, are there any questions or discussion? Taylor?
Taylor Allison, Lyon County Emergency Management Director. Just a quick question. Have you pursued any funds through the State Emergency Response Commission? Like is OPTI grant applications, for example?
We have not.
Thank you.
Any additional questions or discussion? Okay. Seeing none. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next will be C or Charlie. This will be Carson City Emergency Management for Carson City CERT. This one qualifies. It is not a LEPTA, but it is a natural priority of soft targets, and it is also a Nevada focused investment area of CERT.
So John Backenoff for the record, Carson City Emergency Management. This is our Community Emergency Response Team grant. We've applied for it, I believe, 5 consecutive years now, including a DOB grant in the past. The effort here is to fund the program manager, which would be the deputy emergency manager moving forward, as what half of that salary, as we've been using that salary currently for a program manager that's retiring in September. Also adding additional CERT capabilities with their backpacks and additional supplies to make sure they can continue to do the training and exercise and the additional deployments that have been put on them by myself. And then from there, added some funding for the ability to hire contractors for the 3 current academies we are putting on every year that do not just facilitate Carson City. We've done people from Lyon County, Douglas County, and Washoe County as well through our academies. They may not stay on our team, but getting them their qualifications. If they don't stay on our team, they don't get the gear. They just get the training. Our CERT program also has put on every year for the last 2 years a regional based exercise for all volunteer agencies within the region that wish to participate. That's the end of the presentation.
Okay. Are there any questions for John on the Carson City CERT project? I appreciate the timeliness of your presentation. Lauren, would you note that Tim Hill has joined the meeting?
Tim Hill, can you verbally acknowledge that you're here, please?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Thank you, sir. And Colonel Kyle Colacercio, can you also verbally acknowledge you're here?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, Sir Folio, my apologies. Thank you, sir.
All right. Seeing no additional questions for John, we'll move on to D. This will also be City of Carson. This will be the Carson City Election Security Project. This one is obviously a national priority of election, which I provided some additional guidance on earlier. The minimum spend on this is $130,882. Current request is for $864,310. And is Shauna doing this?
Yes.
Shauna Backdahl, floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. For the record, my name is Shauna Backdahl. I'm the Chief Deputy for Elections for Carson City. This project is being requested to modernize our election infrastructure by replacing some aging voting equipment with systems certified by the U.S. Election Assistance Commission. The current voluntary voting system guidelines are VBSG2, which is what we are going for. The project is scalable. It is also a cybersecurity and critical infrastructure investment that will strengthen election security systems, improve accessibility, enhance auditability, and increase operational resilience while supporting Nevada's requirement that voting systems meet or exceed EAC standards. Quick overview. This is replacing aging ballot marking devices and tabulation equipment, including installation, testing, implementation, and training. The existing equipment was certified under earlier federal standards and is approaching end of its operational life cycle. The VBSG2 certified systems represent the most current federal benchmark for voting system security, accessibility, software assurance, and resilience. The systems incorporate advanced designed to address today's evolving cybersecurity threat environment and reduce risks associated with maintaining legacy technology. While there's still discussions, we all know that there's still discussions regarding election security, the requirements. The fact still remains that the VBSG2 requirements are current EAC voting standards. The earlier standards were deployed for previous generations with different cybersecurity standards and resiliency requirements. Just for note, Carson City recognizes and appreciates that the Nevada Secretary of State's partnership in helping local jurisdictions offset costs associated with statewide election initiatives, including the transition to the centralized voter registration election management system. Even though they help us with some of that, those initial partnerships reduce the implementation costs. They don't eliminate the continuing financial impacts that we have. And we are still required to update our own equipment, sustain our own equipment, and maintain the life of our equipment. HAVA funding, as stated previously, there's some challenges with HAVA funding. And while some of that is also reduced, it becomes more critical that we get grants like this to help us support and getting into the critical infrastructure, or at least current infrastructure that we need to have. Just in closing, the VBSG2 represents the current federal benchmark and modern voting systems, accessibility, auditability, and resilience. The Homeland Security Grant funding will allow Carson City to replace its aging election equipment with modern, federally certified technology that reduces cybersecurity risks, strengthens operational resilience, and protects one of the nation's designated critical infrastructure sectors. And that's all I have.
All right, thank you. Is there any discussion? Taylor?
Sean and Matt Peterson for the record.
Yes, sir.
I think you talked about it a little bit, but so there's no additional funding or availability through Secretary of State to offset these costs?
No, sir. So what they give us funding, or a portion of funding, for the top-down voter registration system, not replacement of equipment. That lies with the local jurisdictions. They will help with some costs associated with, say, like ballot preparation or ballot replacement, but they don't give us funding. Again, nothing for voting equipment, nothing for replacing voting equipment. They don't really help us with maintenance. It's other things that are associated with the voter registration system.
And if approved, what's your timeline for implementation? Is it going to be?
So if I were approved, we've already talked with our vendor about getting our tabulation devices and our older tabulation devices within the next year. So they have them available, they have them ready. And again, the project is scalable, so over the next few years, I can continue to replace some of the aging equipment with the VBSG2.
It's like you're reading my mind. Can you tell me about the scalable?
So the ballot marking devices are different than our tabulation devices. The tabulation devices actually keeps track of all of the voting, the ballot images. That's where the cybersecurity requirements come in. The thing with our ballot marking devices is the accessibility. There's new accessibility features that helps voters with their voting as they're going through the process. So when I talk about scalability, I can replace my older version 1 tabulation devices first. There's approximately 100 of them that I can get through. The tabulators are a little bit more expensive because they have more functionality. I'm already starting to look at how we go about replacing those. I have 9 tabulators that are at the polling location. I can start scaling those by doing maybe 4 of the initial. My high-speed tabulator, I would have to replace, and that one's the one that takes up a bulk of the funding, but I can do that later, getting the polling location ones done first. So I can move these through and scale them as needed, but I would start with our older equipment that need to be replaced first.
And what is the life cycle on how long do these last? When do you have to replace them? What's the time and out
So
period?
they don't decertify the equipment. This is the new standard to get to. I think with the cybersecurity threats that are out there, it is incumbent of us to move towards a more secure voting system versus staying with the ones that had the lesser requirements. So I don't know if that answers your question, but
No, but you did a real good job of dancing around it.
I'm there for dancing, man. I'm sorry.
That's all I have.
All right, any additional questions?
Linda Raspberry?
This is Salome Barton with a question, Shauna. Real quick, what is the bottom line number that you can work with? If you were to say it's scalable, what is the minimum that you need to get your project going, but without crippling yourself or your project?
So the 3% gets me all of the tabulators to include the high-speed tabulator. So the 3% actually gets us moving in a direction that is very quick. The tabulators, we can slowly go through. So the 3% actually helps us out quite a bit.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Thanks for the question. This is Brett Thompson, OEM. I'm gonna give it to Taylor. And just so everybody's aware, the 3% is $130,882. Taylor.
Thank you. Shauna, Taylor, Allison, Lyon County. Just a couple quick questions. This one stood out to me because, the challenge with it is that this is federally recommended, but state mandated. And so it sets a precedent of utilizing these funds for state mandated system upgrades. I do think that participating in the interim committees this legislative session, that there's opportunities for the legislature to introduce some cost sharing with counties. Deputy Secretary of State testified on May 29th during the interim Leg Ops committee hearing, a proposal for potentially 50-50 cost share as they did in 2017 for the VBSG 1.0 implementation and rollout. And so I absolutely understand and hear the need for all jurisdictions to replace this equipment. It's critical to our state. I just appreciate your flexibility in potentially reducing and not submitting for the whole application, just because there is opportunity for it to work through the legislative process.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Okay, thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Right, next will be Echo. This will be City of Reno. I believe this is the bailout systems. This is not a LEPTA. It is not a national priority area, and it is not a state-focused investment area. City of Reno.
Good morning, Aaron White for the record. I have along with me Division Chief Pete Bryant to answer any questions that should come up. But our request is for 300 self-rescue bailout systems at a cost of $240,000. This equipment will provide emergency escape option when traditional egress routes are unavailable, ultimately improving our firefighter survivability and responder safety. The department currently lacks standardized bailout systems, limiting firefighters' ability to safely escape during medium-rise incidents that have blocked exits. The Homeland Security benefits the equipment strengthens response capabilities during terrorist attacks, active violence incidents, and other complex emergencies, improving responder survivability and enhancing overall operational readiness for all hazard incidents. While this project does not directly support the 2026 national priority areas, it does address the critical firefighter safety capability gap by improving responder survivability and operational readiness during terrorism and all hazard incidents. The equipment strengthens Nevada's emergency response capabilities and supports regional mutual aid operations and efforts. With that, I will take any questions you may have.
All right, do we have any questions or discussion?
No, Boyer for the record.
Noah?
Hey, Aaron, how many guys do you have on shift at one time? Do you have 300 on shift?
We have 300 total firefighter or first responders, but not at one time at one shift. 77 is on one shift.
Okay. So what is the scalability of this project look like?
I'll let Chief Bryant answer that question.
For this project, it would be the intent would be to have one assigned to every firefighter because these bailout kits are effectively a life safety rappel device system that goes for them to go out the building. The intent would be for each firefighter to be assigned one and maintain not ownership, but maintain the equipment on their own.
So the project's not scalable?
No, because I would say no, it's not scalable.
Any additional questions or discussion?
This is
Matt
Salome
Peterson for the
Barton.
record.
Let's go to Salome first.
Thank you, Chief. This is Salome Barton, North Las Vegas. Real quick, is there any other funding source like the AFG grant or fire prevention and safety grant that can be utilized to purchase these items?
There are other grants available. This is our first option as this just came up in the safety committee response, and this is now named a priority for us. So you guys were the first option for us.
Matt Peterson.
So I have a hard time supporting this personal PPE one. I think this is more appropriate at a department level or other grants. I'm having a hard time. I mean, you used all the right buzzwords trying to tie it to terrorism, but if you want to try and elaborate on that and try and sell me a little better, that would help me out.
That would be just for a terrorism incident in a mid to high rise building where an entrapment is more likely, depending on what the nature of the incident was. So that's where the terrorism and homeland security aspect plays a part, admittedly a small part, because it would be for any structure fire in these type of buildings. But if it was terrorism related, there would be a higher likelihood of entrapment.
And can you tell me how this supports the region as a whole?
Well, it would support the region in that any of our members that would, if we had a high-rise incident, like say at the Nugget and Sparks, Reno Fire Department members would respond to that also, and probably any high-rise in the valley. If we had a significant high-rise incident, our members would be part of the mutual aid response to that and would have this system to be able to safely evacuate the building.
So the bailout kits can be used for additional folks or just the individual?
Just the individual. So it would only be for the member that has the belt and the kit.
Thank you.
Brett Thompson at OEM. Just a reminder, as you guys go through this, please go ahead and put your name before you start speaking so that Ms. Lauren Borst doesn't have an aneurysm later when she has to do the notes on this. Captain Cole Curcio.
Kevin Colacursio for the record. Question, what is the options right now? So if they're entrapped or have something at that level right now, what are their options to evac themselves out of the building? And what is the current protocol for that? And what is the benefit of this or what they're currently using?
Division Chief Pete Bryant with the Reno Fire Department. So right now it's an ad hoc. Each member either has nothing or has created their own with various commercially available rappel devices. So we don't have a standard bailout procedure, and that's what this would enable the department to have. Right now, it's very user specific. Some crews as a crew have made little bailout devices, but it's not standardized. And because it's not standardized, it's not checked by the department or the safety committee and doesn't necessarily have the approvals, whereas these devices would standardize the entire department. We would do department level training. We would train our recruits on the use of the devices, and it would provide 100% compliance within the department.
Kelly Echeverria?
Yeah, a couple. Hold on. Couple of questions. One, do you know the regional capabilities with the other departments within the basin as this pertains to them? And then two, what historically have you done to fill this need? And I think you may have just answered that, but I'm gonna ask anyways.
Division Chief Pete Bryant, could you repeat the first question?
Sure.
Sorry.
The question was, regionally, do the other fire departments have this capability already? So is Reno behind in this capability? Or is it something that you're trying to advance in?
It's my understanding that none of the departments have these devices. And a large reason for that is the minimal amount of medium and high rise buildings in other jurisdictions. So this would actually put us forward, and it would be our intent that as we increase regionalization efforts and standardization of SOGs and other things, the other departments would buy the same system, same manufacturer, same vendor type of thing so that everybody would be able to use it.
Okay, what is the life of this equipment?
I'm not sure on the NFPA spec of it, but because it's a seldomly used device, I would throw 10 years out there, but that's a guess without knowing the specific NFPA. The other thing to add with this device is that these are an emergency bailout. So it's not going to get a lot of wear like some of our USAR equipment where the guys are training on it constantly, rappelling down with stuff. This would be, personnel would be training on it probably quarterly. And even then it would be training on setting up the system, not necessarily using it to dangle out the window or to rappel down. So the longevity and wear and tear would be a very long time, notwithstanding NFPA compliance of things like 5 years and 10 years for life safety gear and PPE and stuff.
One last question. Was this reported regionally as a gap that should be addressed in the integrated preparedness planning workshop?
I don't believe it was, but we would have to verify on that.
Okay, any additional questions?
Yeah, Brian O'Neill for the record. Was this a static or dynamic rope? And what would the replacement be if it was shock loaded?
Division Chief Pete Bryant, I'm looking at the specifications of the system. It doesn't say whether it's static or dynamic. on the rope, but if it were shock loaded or if it were, I can't see from the manufacturer what their recommendations. I can tell you internally for the Reno Fire Department, if we had a member bail out during a fire and shock load this, we would then be sending the whole thing in and replacing it and testing it, because this is a very low frequency event, but it's extremely high risk if a member had to go out of a building on this device. So if it were used in an emergency, it would be taken out of service and inspected completely, and most likely be retired.
Then, Brad Mill for the record, and then department would be replacing all those replaced units.
Affirmative, yes.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? All right, thank you, Reno, appreciate it.
Thank you for your time.
Item number F, this will be Douglas County. Douglas County has two, full state, we'll go in order and discussion. So first one will be for a Douglas County CERT vehicle. This qualifies, it's not a LEPTA, it is not a national priority area, but it does qualify under state category of CERT. Floor is yours.
Kara Easton, Douglas County Emergency Management for the record. Our CERT program currently does not have a vehicle to tow our 5 trailers that we own. We have 3 shelter trailers, a pod trailer, and then an event trailer. So we're able to do public outreach for our folks. So if we have to move any of those trailers, we rely on requesting somebody else from the county, which obviously takes a lot of time. So if we are providing mass care services and operational coordination, it hinders our response capability. And that's it.
All right.
Pretty cut and dry.
Quickest one of the day. Any questions for Kara?
Is this the only funding source you've looked at? Matt Peterson, by the way, for this vehicle, and how often are you deploying those assets? And then I'll go ahead with those first two.
Thanks, Matt. Kara for the record. Thanks for not asking 40 questions in one. We have not looked for alternate funding at this time. And we deploy those trailers for training, exercises, and then for real world events. We actually just had a fire on Friday where we had to do evacuations, but luckily that trailer was already where we needed it to be. It's also regional. We can move our trailers anywhere to support our regional partners. For instance, Lyon County on the south end, our trailer is close to Smith Valley. So if they need any extra assistance, we can move that trailer to them as well, but not with my current vehicle that I have in emergency management.
And is there not a hand-me-down in Douglas County or East Fork Fire that you can get to use that on that minimal use?
Kara Easton for the record, East Fork Fire is not a Douglas County agency, meaning they're not part of the county, they're their own agency. So again, it would be a request to them. Someone would have to go get the vehicle and the keys and move the trailers. So it's the same situation that we're in.
That's all I have.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Okay. Thank you. So we'll go to the second Douglas County item, also Douglas County CERT. And this one, same situation, no LEPTA, no national priority area, but state category of CERT.
Kara Easton, Douglas County Emergency Manager for the record. We are looking for $6,000 to update our uniforms for our CERT members. Right now, we have a bunch of random hodgepodge uniforms, different colors, different logos. So it's really just to make them look uniform across the board for approximately 20 active volunteers. And that's that. Also very easy.
Any questions for Kara? All right, hearing none. Moving on to, this will be H Hotel. This will be Las Vegas Metro. This will be the SNCTC presentation. This one is a LEPTA. It is a national priority area for fusion centers, and it is a state priority for fusion centers.
Good morning, Kerry Underwood for the record. Thank you, Mr. Compton. We are Southern Nevada Counterterrorism Center is the primary fusion center here in the state of Nevada. We work very closely with our partners at the Nevada Threat Analysis Center to provide overall fusion center coverage for the state. We are asking for sustainment funds, and I'd like to point out the SNCTC, especially over the last 5 to 6 years, has represented our state extremely well. We've been recognized as Fusion Center of the Year, Fusion Center Director of the Year, and last year alone, Fusion Center Employee of the Year, and Most Outstanding Fusion Center Intelligence Production from both DHS and from FBI. Recognition-wise, I want to take the chance to acknowledge my folks here. As Brett mentioned, we are a priority area for intelligence sharing for LETPA for the state priorities as well as national priorities. We are involved in intelligence sharing for the prevention of terrorism, as well as cyber intelligence reporting. We have over 30 agencies represented here at SNCTC on a full-time and part-time basis, as well as many other surge, with over 120 full-time staff working 24/7 down here in Southern Nevada. And importantly, we heard from our fellow SHSP members looking for ways that we can try to work toward reducing or at least staying the same. So this year we did get the LVMPD sheriff to commit to pulling the cyber analyst off of this grant. So we're only asking for a smaller amount than we have in previous years because we got the commitment that in July 2027 that will become a funded position, further reinforcing Sheriff McMahill's perspective that we should be looking to have all positions on budgeted rather than grant funds. So we intend to honor that commitment here at LVMPD with our grant requests. I'll take any questions.
Any questions for Director Underwood?
This is for you, but I hope that all the other future applicants, oh, sorry, Matt Peterson. I'm turning into the new Jeannie Freeman. Everybody just bear with me. What professional memberships? I saw $2,800 on there for professional memberships. Is that something that should be through this grant, or is this something that should be held at the county and the department level?
Again, Carrie Underwood for the record, responding, I think, again, emphasizing that we are the governor's primary designated fusion center state of Nevada, and because we seek to get these memberships for representatives from different agencies that are involved and engaged down here. That's why it's on this grant. It's historically been on the grant, and the primary memberships involved are the ones that are certifying organizations for intelligence analysis, emergency management, and the core functions that we do here in the Fusion Center. So it is on this grant. It has historically been on the grant, and again, because it's applied multi-agency, it's why it's here.
And I guess my question goes towards the greater good knowledge of this group of, I'm hoping that they get additional resources through those memberships that allows them to be productive is kind of where I'm going with this.
Carrie Underwood for the record, again, absolutely beyond that even. So you get information about the professionalization and the enhancements and the new ways of performing your job, but you also gather ideas from your colleagues around the country, and you represent the state of Nevada with our regional and national partners, right? Because as we've learned time and again, that which happens at states next to us often impacts us. So we can be phenomenally resilient, and if our partners in California, Arizona, and Utah expose vulnerabilities that can extend to us, those of us who have lived through the fuel issues out of Southern California multiple times, these are the types of memberships that enable us to really get a voice into some of those other areas where our colleagues, where we need their help to be more resilient as well.
Thank you, Carrie.
Any additional questions?
No,
Hey,
where
Jerry.
for the record,
Noah?
I'll give the shout out where it's due. Right now, one of the current topics we're discussing here in DC is the UAS, counter UAS issue that we're facing. We're seeing it play out during FIFA and looking into 2028 Olympics, and a lot of the information that we're seeing get pushed on a national level started with relationships that we started with Director Underwood down in Vegas. So we're seeing a national impact based off of information that was garnered right out of Las Vegas. So
thank you, Noah.
Any additional questions or discussion?
Hey, Carrie, Brian O'Neill for the record. Could you talk a little bit about just because there's very few states that have multiple fusion centers, and the ones that do receive a lot more federal funding than we do. Could you talk a little bit about the coordination of services provided by SNCTC and NTAC?
Yes, Chief, I certainly can. So let's start with the big one. Both the state of Nevada through a governor's executive order and the U.S. Department of Homeland Security require an annual state threat assessment to be provided. The NTAC and SNCTC are collaborative authors of that document to make sure that it gets a statewide holistic approach in meeting both of those national requirements, both of which are impactful. Well, certainly the DHS requirement is a grant requirement and affects our ability to even have these grants at all. Secondly, major events. The NTAC augments the SNCTC for, I'm sure I don't have to tell anybody in this room, there is no other city in the country that has the volume of special events that we do down here. And the NTAC is an augmenting force every single time that we hold special events, Super Bowls, Formula One, EDC, I can go on and on and on. And so they complement us with analytical cadre that we don't have with their analysts, and then vice versa the same. When they have events in other parts of Nevada where they need to leverage the horsepower that we have here at SNCTC, we certainly do that as well. I know it might surprise people, but some of our threat elements that exist actually traverse the borders of the various counties in Nevada. So we do a lot of collaboration on threats that extend beyond county borders. And lastly, Director Prestipino and I have a lot of conversations about how we try not to ask for too many of the same things. That way, again, capabilities can overlap where the NTAC, for example, will have some technology capabilities that we won't necessarily ask for because what we can do it just as easily as ask them if they can run the queries on our behalf using the systems that they paid for, rather than have too many redundant expenses for the same technology capabilities.
Thank you.
It's Brett Thompson for the record. Just to add a piece here. So owning the Homeland Security Advisor role for the governor, there are, I can't even tell you, 50% of my job is probably involved in that. And whenever I am seeking intelligence assistance, I go to both fusion centers simultaneous. And based on whatever relationship they have, they then reach out to the appropriate intelligence agencies. I would not physically be able to do all of that by myself. And so through those connections that they have, they are serving the greater good. I probably talk to Director Underwood at least every other day, and the same with NTAC, probably every day. So just from my seat in the HSA role. I'm going to go to John, and then I'll go to Greg. John?
Hey, John Backall for the record. Director Underwood, was there any cut to the UASC grant as well, or did you focus on the statewide process?
Carrie Underwood for the record, we also sought reductions on the UASC. There are positions there, but there are some other areas that we're always seeking reduction areas, John, when we can in those years, because we also recognize there will be years when we will probably have to come and ask for increases. And we understand how impactful that can be to everybody else, both in our UASC area and the state area. So in the years where we feel we can do this, and I think it's noteworthy to say this, a significant enhancement here within our fusion center of a drone operations DFR capability down here in Southern Nevada, covering much of the area of the greater Las Vegas area, if you will. That was all done with both private-public partnerships and funding that didn't affect not only our grants, but a massive amount of our capability came from funds that did not affect our budget or our grants, right? So we're always looking to try not to rely on these funds for sustainability or especially new enhanced capabilities.
Well, John Backall again, thank you very much. Appreciate the budget, appreciate the cut and what you guys do. Thank you.
Greg Prestipino.
Hey, Greg Prestipino for the record, Director of the Nevada Threat Analysis Center. Director Underwood hit a lot of the key parts along with our Homeland Security Advisor. The only thing I'd like to add on that is that we complement each other between the NTAC and SNCTC and also with the Nrac and sharing information. And not to also bring up, and anytime a critical incident occurs, all three of us are talking coordination to identify what gaps there are, because let's not forget, Nevada is one of the very few states that has all of 16 critical infrastructure and key resources identified. Thank you.
Thank you.
Carrie Underwood for the record. I'd like to add one more thing. And again, partnerships with NTAC, but here at Southern Nevada Counterterrorism Center, we've already disrupted multiple or investigated multiple terrorist plots and terrorist affiliated individuals over the course of the last 18 months. Everything from international terrorist associated individuals to a young man driving all the way across the country to attack a power plant in Boulder City. And if those that don't know Boulder City, 3 of the 9 most significant power stations in the country located there. So again, we talk about terrorism prevention and protection. It's just critical key roles that are played every single day here.
Thank you, sir. Brett Thompson for the record. I'm gonna take the last comment here. So one thing I would just like to point out is as we continue to evolve the grants cycle and as DHS and FEMA evolves these grants, we did not see any cost shares this year in the grant. I think that's probably the last time we get a freebie 100% from the federal government. And so what the director did with SNCTC by removing and transitioning sustainment personnel costs to their natural budget, I think is where we all need to be headed towards. It's currently in the no for that no more than 50% of any individual will be paid for by this grant. I think that will continue to evolve. And so we should all be thinking along that lines as this grant continues to move forward and using it more for projects, seed money and enhancing capabilities versus sustainment of our personnel. So that's incumbent upon all of us. It's just a good example that they've done kind of ahead of the rest of us. So thank you, sir. With that, I'm going to go to the next item, which will be item I, India. This will be Lyon County for their UTB. It is a LEPTA category, and it is a national priority area for soft targets. Taylor.
Thank you. Taylor Allison, Lyon County Emergency Management Director for the record. This is the same apparatus that we requested in the last cycle. Sorry, my computer is deciding not to open, so I'm going to wing it for you. Thank you. Thanks, John. Oh, I got it. So the intent of this project is to have access to our critical infrastructure, which arguably can meet several of the national priority areas. Access to telecommunications, radio repeaters, our internet tie-ins, the backbone to Homeland Security operations in Lyon County, often are found on remote rural access areas, and we have had limited capability to access these. We have conducted several site security assessments with CISA and NTAC and have recognized gaps in increased surveillance and patrols of our critical infrastructure. It's no surprise that we have had severe weather, seismic activity, and a number of other hazards that have threatened our infrastructure systems, and we are requesting this apparatus, UTV, high clearance vehicle to access critical infrastructure to sustain those operations, including cybersecurity. Election security, we included that as a potential national priority area. If you look at the BVSG 2.0 requirements, you have to sustain your election operations, including during prolonged critical infrastructure outages. And then focusing as well as on the protection of soft targets, crowded spaces. We have done a great job of protecting our special events from vehicle terrorism, acts of terrorism. However, that has limited us to access for our first responders utilizing UTVs that can carry critical life-saving equipment around special event venues in which our communities rely on. So a number of NPAs are identified in our proposal, but we're happy to tie them to any of those as a multifunctional resource, and we appreciate your consideration.
Thank you, Taylor. Any questions for Taylor?
Kelly Echeverria for the record. Taylor, does your public works have this capability?
Kelly, that's a great question. So we do have a couple of side-by-sides within the county fleet. They would not meet this capability because they're significantly smaller as far as clearance. We have actually budgeted for or requested through our normal budget process a UTV that would meet this capability. However, we've had some challenges. For example, one of our side-by-sides was stolen from one of our yards. And so that had to be prioritized to be replaced for access. They're utilized, smaller versions of this are utilized in other areas, but this would increase our capabilities. And I'll just note, you know, we've also looked at other grant funding, the off-highway vehicle grant funding for Nevada, but those if you purchase side-by-sides through those grant funding, they have very specific uses, such as law enforcement and education for OHV safety. So this seemed like a much better fit to sustain infrastructure systems.
Any additional questions for Taylor?
Hey, this is Lee Cabness.
Go ahead, Lee.
Just quick questions, Taylor. So do you intend this to be kind of shared, so primarily an emergency management resource and then shareable between law enforcement, fire, like that? And then also, is there any way in which this is scalable?
Yeah, Lee Taylor Allison for the record. Absolutely. We are the emergency management agency for the entire Lyon County. We serve 2 law enforcement agencies, 4 fire protection districts, and 2 incorporated cities. We see this as a shared resource. We often operate in unified command in Lyon County with our first responder agencies. For example, at Night in the Country, if we had this asset, we'd be able to house our mass casualty alpha kits, where they could do litter kits is on this apparatus, and store, co-locate critical life-saving equipment that we could get quickly to the areas that needed it, as well as law enforcement equipment. Now, what's your second question? Sorry, Lee.
How would you foresee if making this scalable if you had to?
This is very conservative ask for what we were looking for. We're truly just looking for the units, which you can look at smaller UTVs. However, they won't have the clearance capability that we truly need. We have any flash flooding event that washes out some of these non-maintained, you know, federal forestry roads or whatever to our critical infrastructure, then we have a hard time getting to them in our emergency management vehicles. So we would have to take this as our bare minimum ask for a trailer. We may be able to be flexible with like lighting and decals and take that in my county budget, but the apparatus and the trailer is a minimum ask for us.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you so much.
Director Underwood.
Carrie Underwood for the record. Question on the remote sites that you have for your communications and your repeaters and whatnot. Is there any interdependency issues like with areas outside your county that any inability to do the things that you're talking about is going to affect outside of Lyon County as well? Or is it just within Lyon County?
That's a great question, Taylor Allison for the record. You know, some of our critical infrastructure sites are co-located. Our equipment could be serviced. We have offered in the past, when we had that capability, a side-by-side with tracks for private utility providers to access and increase or reduce the time it would take for them to get systems turned back on. I know Tim Hill is here with NV Energy, high clearance vehicle. We've helped acquire for the Fort Churchill power station in Lyon County, which services and provides power to the entire northern Nevada region. So sustainability of these critical infrastructures within our county does serve the entire region.
Thank you.
Any additional questions for Taylor? All right, thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it. All right, next we're going to go to J. Juliet. This will be the Nevada Office of Emergency Management. This will be the Technology and Mission Support proposal. This will be done by Chris Daniels. This is not LEPTA. This is not a national priority area, and it is in the encouraged but not required alerts and warnings area for the state. Chris, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Christopher Daniels for the record. I administer the Technology and Mission Support portfolio for the Nevada Office of Emergency Management. I'm requesting $503,967.42 under the HSDP to sustain 3 connected capabilities: the statewide interoperability coordinator, technology and EOC operations, and the chief communications officer functions. Together, these keep Nevada able to communicate, coordinate, and inform the public during an act of terrorism or other large-scale incident. The THIRA SPR identified capability gaps this application directly addresses, interoperable communication governance, and a maintained statewide communication interoperability plan. Reliable public alert and warning system through the EAS and Code Red mass notifications. Redundant and resilient radio and IT systems, including cybersecurity for the EOC. Consistent public information that reaches vulnerable, underserved, and non-English speaking communities. These are systems responders and the public depend on in the first minutes of an attack. Without this investment, Nevada loses its single point of accountability for interoperable communications. Its alert and warning coverage degrades, and aging radio and IT infrastructure continues to fail without replacement. This is a sustainment project. It funds 3 operational functions and the technology behind them. The SWIC, as I mentioned, sustains communications governance, and the SCIP coordinates with local, tribal, federal partners, and keeps the emergency alert system operating so Nevada can issue timely alerts and warnings. Technology and EOC operations, this sustains and hardens the technology the state relies on to run a response. This includes cybersecurity tools and training for shared IT networks, upgrades to the Nevada shared radio system, supporting the P25 transition, amateur radio as a fallback if digital systems fail, and Teams, EOC, and audiovisual tools that give the state real-time situational awareness. The Chief Communications Officer, this sustains Nevada's Joint Information System and Joint Information Center framework. And ESF 15, External Affairs, it delivers accessible, culturally competent public information and ready to deploy campaigns for threats in the THIRA, including active surveillance, cyber attacks, natural disasters. It also supports the If You See Something, Say Something campaign, which serves the prevention mission area. This budget breaks down into 3 COID categories, or organization, which is all of our staffing and operational needs, including public information officer and administrative positions, contractor for communication support, wireless services, outreach materials, and media and social software. The equipment, EOC hardware and maintenance, which was previously covered by another grant, satellite and Starlink connectivity that has increased over the past year, and replacement radios, a mass notification platform, and productivity software. And in training, this takes care of communications unit leader, communications unit technician, auxiliary communications, our OXCOM group, and geographic information system, GIS training, plus related conference travel, registration, and memberships. These are recurring operational costs that support active statewide capability. This is not a pilot program. It is the continuation of a proven program that keeps Nevada connected during an incident. The P25 transition is ongoing and carries potential unplanned future needs, and the aging radio and IT infrastructure will keep degrading without sustained replacement. OEM has pursued increased state appropriation to carry these operational costs over time, but until that funding is in place, HSGP support is what sustains the capability. I'm asking that you fully fund the project, and so Nevada can prevent, protect against, respond to terrorism-related threats. This investment secures the communications technology and public communication systems the state depends on when coordination matters most.
All right, thank you, Chris. Do we have questions, comments, discussion?
Chris, Taylor, Allison, Lyon County, just quick question on the social media campaigns developed. What performance metrics do you utilize to evaluate the success of those campaigns?
Okay, unfortunately, that falls on Gail, our communications officer. She basically runs that communications portfolio independently, but still falling under my budget, which is why it's in my request. I can't answer your question directly.
Thank you. If you do have any like campaign outcomes data that you can share, that would be great in the future. It's
okay.
I know it's a challenge for all of us in reaching our target communities. And so if we had some indicators of success of those campaigns, that'd be great.
In addition, Washoe County.
Kelly Echeverria for the record. Did I hear you say that Code Red is a part of this? It was my understanding that the state was looking to switch from Code Red. That's the first part of my question. The second part is, have you looked at the cost adjustment for providing alerting services for the entire state and what that difference would be to relieve that financial burden on the local jurisdictions?
Okay, so to answer your first question, yes, Code Red has been a little bit all over the place. It started to go out of compliance and then we could not use it for a short period. So we scrambled to look for a replacement and all of our plans were in place moving forward to go to a different platform. As of right now, it is back in compliance and acceptable. So given that we already have a contract, we already know how to use it and we train others on how to use it, we're gonna look to extend and go forward with Code Red. Your second question.
I can answer that.
Oh, go ahead.
For the record, so in the current budget that this grant would support, we at OEM do not have that built in for full statewide support alerts and warnings. As we have discussed with the county emergency managers and with the association, we are looking to adjust language in NRS 414 to incorporate that. And then we would synchronize that with the association's bill, potentially to have that added collectively in the next session. So it would not be in this grant this year.
Tawana Gertman for the record. Currently, the Code Red system, it's working right now, but it's also covering multiple smaller counties that cannot be able to cover alerts and warnings in their area. So that's right now. That's what's happening with.
Just for council, for the record, how many counties does that cover?
It is covering Lyon, Mineral, Esmeralda. I'm working on Nye County because they don't have one either. And also tribes.
State police.
And state police.
Okay, thank you. Any additional questions or comments? Clark County?
Diana Clarkson, City of Henderson. I was just wondering if the project is at all scalable, specifically in the outreach materials, which is almost 70,000. And then it looks like there's multiple line items for travel as well as training and conferences equaling about 70,000 as well. I know for us, we've had to do some cuts looking at only like mandatory for your specific position travel. So I was just curious if that was at all scalable.
Christopher Daniels for the record. Any cut to this does reduce our capability because we lean on the travel and other memberships. Let's see. Similar to how we coordinate, how you would coordinate with another jurisdiction, we coordinate with other states and national bodies. Same thing, different scale. This parallels Metro's SN and CTC comments. What comes back from the trips is best practices, standards, and lessons that other states learned in their own incidents. That knowledge does go straight into Nevada policy, procedure, and training. One person attending informs 17 counties and 33 PSAP, so it is the cheapest way to gather experience without going through the incident ourselves. That being said, I did plan for requests to cut. So we do have a redundant NASDA membership and registration. This is meant for SWIC deputy position. It can be reduced if absolutely necessary, but it does, we would lose the backup capability. We would lose the redundancy. That's about 800 in savings. The annual safety conference for 2 people, that's just meant to reinforce occupational safety and of the agency and partners during activations, deployments, in all areas. And that's another 3,284 that we could save. Portfolio workshop wouldn't be clear to the people who are looking at this grant from the outside. This is an internal item, but it's meant to allow a dedicated week of coordination with my portfolio. That in general, it improves function. This would be noticeable in better speed of execution on IT requests, less technical delays in meetings and EOC operations. Could be cut 1724 in savings there. Other than that, we would lose significant capability with any other membership or travel. Your other question, outreach materials, apologies, that again falls under our chief communications officer that essentially operates independently for me, and I don't have insight into her section. It's just in my application.
Heather Lafferty, for the record, Chief of Resilience and External Affairs. Just for your awareness, that campaign does cover, the outreach does cover multiple programs within the Nevada Office of Emergency Management. That outreach material covers all outreach for access and functional needs, the state VALS program, our Rural and Frontier, our tribal, and all of our Ready, Set, Go, 30 Days Ready. So all of that. I do not have this time, apologies, Taylor or Diana, the actual metrics, but we will definitely have those for you next year.
John Beckett. John Beckett for the record, Carson City. I was going to actually ask almost identical to what Diana had asked, so thanks for the question. I'm going to just echo it so it's heard again. The outreach supplies, the travel, and the conferences just seem very excessive when that would probably pay for about 4 or 5 FTEs by itself. That's all I got. Thank you. Director Underwood?
Harry Underwood for the record. 2 quick questions. Good morning, by the way. The first one is you mentioned contribution to the See Something, Say Something program. I'd like to ask exactly, or if you could elaborate on what that contribution is. And the second is I'll probably do this throughout the day, is if approved, will there be future plans, future years to try to get position related, salary related expenses off of the grant?
To answer the second part of your question, yes, the state is looking to reduce our overall HSGP ask into future years. If the state can cover it and that budget expands, then this will reduce in coordination with it. As far as your See Something, Say Something question, this is a chief communication officer item. It would fall, I can see in the line items that it would fall under our national public broadcast and advertising budget, but I don't know the exact cost of how much it costs to put up those ads, and also any video production and editing that we have to do that's in relation to it.
Any additional questions? Okay, thank you, appreciate it. We're gonna go for about an hour and a half. We're gonna do one more presentation, and then we're gonna take a bio break. Keep everybody fresh, so to speak. All right, we'll go to item K, Kilo. This will also be Office of Emergency Management. This will be the resilience portfolio. This will be Ms. Heather Lafferty. It is not left. It is not a national priority area. It is not a state-focused investment. Heather, floor is yours.
Thank you, Heather Lafferty, for the record, and good morning, Carson City, Washoe, Clark, and Elko EOCs. Hi, Shay, thank you for helping and supporting. I am the Chief Resilience Officer for the Nevada Office of Emergency Management, and I'm here to request approval under the Homeland Security Grant Program funding stream to sustain Nevada's resilience portfolio in our mission, which primary focus is the community and everyday Nevadans' ability to respond, adapt, and act faster, recover from terrorism and homeland security threats, disasters, and emergencies. Why this matters: Nevada's SPR reaffirmed critical capability gaps and mass care services, logistics, and supply chain management infrastructure systems or recovery, and community resilience. These gaps are our greatest vulnerabilities during terrorism and cascading hazards. Without continued funding, Nevada loses statewide coordination of the voluntary agency liaison, mass care and donations management, sovereignty-centered engagement with our 28 tribal nations, and the leadership function that keeps resilience programming aligned with our THIRA SPR priorities. Each of these three positions is the sole subject matter owner of its function, and none of these positions are a redundant capacity or capability. What this project does, this project sustains three operational positions that anchor Nevada's resilience: the Chief Resilience Officer, who oversees statewide leadership, grant compliance, alignment of resilience programming to the THIRA SPR identified threats, including terrorism; State Voluntary Agency Liaison, who coordinates mass care, sheltering, donations, spontaneous volunteer management through our GOADs, COADs, and NGO partners; and our Tribal Emergency Manager, who focuses on sovereign-centered, culturally responsive planning and cross-jurisdictional coordination with Nevada's 28 tribal nations. Some of our key deliverables are our quarterly technical assistance and coordination across all state with all three positions, direct engagement with at least 20 of Nevada's 28 tribal nations on emergency management planning and exercises, minimum of 4 BOAD-COAD coordination touch points per year, and during activations, continued operation and updating of the resilience tools, ready 30 days support for our Chief Communications Officer, extreme temperature planning, and our sustainment of the business DOC private-public partnership. Direct impact, this team sustains mass care donations coordination statewide, keeps dedicated liaisons in place for incidents affecting rural and frontier and tribal lands, and maintains the only statewide resilience strategy function in the Nevada Office of Emergency Management. Beneficiaries include all 17 counties, 28 tribal nations, our BOAD-COAD partners, and the households served by mass care during inactivation. The single largest driver in my ask is $38,000 in travel support for our tribal nations, and this is to sponsor tribal nations to go to and attend in-person RIPS, Regions 1, 2, 3, NEPA registrations, their basic academy training, and their tribal wildfire resiliency workshops. This is the direct mechanism by which we reach our target of 20 of 28 tribal nations. And given Nevada's geography, there is no virtual substitute for sovereign-centered in-person relationship training. It's the continuation of a proven system that sustains statewide readiness. We are asking you to fully fund this project so Nevada can prevent, protect against, and recover from all hazards, including terrorism-related threats. This investment safeguards the infrastructure, people, and partnerships that make resilience possible. I am happy to answer your questions.
All right. Questions for Ms. Heather?
Heather Taylor Allison, Lyon County. To echo the other mission support questions, you asked to fund in full. However, is there opportunity to scale? And looking at the travel under the training category does seem extensive, just the number of trips in 1 year. If there's any ability to scale that back.
Yes, we are scalable, and there is definitely opportunity to scale in the travel section. Training and travel in total, I believe, is $58,492.15, which is about, Taylor, to your point, 30% of the request. I do want to point out nearly 2/3 of that, though, the 38,000 is direct funding to support the tribes themselves traveling. For me in particular, I would start with my travel first before I start with my teams for the tribes, and there is room there for scalability.
Thank you.
Hopefully that answered your question, Taylor.
It does. Thank you.
Okay.
Matt, did you have a question?
I sure did. And Matt Peterson, for the record, I think Taylor touched on some of it. I support in-state travel and training and making those connections all over. And I think it's important that we go to conferences outside of state and make those connections. But man, that is a whole lot of travel, which means you're not in the state doing a whole lot of stuff. Like one person's got 9, one person's got 7, one person's got 6. I think that is an excessive amount of travel. I would rather see that money be spent in the state supporting programs throughout the state instead of traveling to go shake hands. And I realize some of those conferences are important, but man, that's a lot.
Any additional comments or questions?
I was just gonna say the same thing, John back it off for the record.
So John, back it all with the ditto?
Ditto, thank you, sir.
Roger, sir. Director Underwood.
Carrie Underwood, for the record, same question as last time. If approved, will there be future planning to try to get some of those position-related expenses off the grant?
Heather Lafferty for the record, and yes, we do have a strategy, and we are asking legislation to fully fund, I believe, all full-time positions within the Nevada Office of Emergency Management, and a large portion of my portfolio and my salary included. We have found other funding streams, so everything we're asking for in this grant is what we could not fund through other means.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie.
All right, additional questions? All right, with that, we will stop there. We're gonna call for a 10-minute recess. So the time is currently 10:36. I would ask that you be back at, we're gonna do 9 minutes, so I ask you to be back at 10:45, which time we will reconvene and continue.
Next year.
Driver UTV.
All right, time is 10:45. Brett Thompson, OEM. I will reconvene the Nrac. At this point, we will continue with the presentations. Next presentation is LIMA. This will be Office of Emergency Management. This will be the NIMS Styra. This one is not the LEPTA. It is national, not a national priority area. It is the required statewide NIMS Styra from Bulletin 1. Floor is yours, Lindy.
All right, Brett, thank you. Hello, members of Nrac. Good morning. For the record, my name is Lindy Downey. I'm the chief of the Preparedness and Response portfolio with OEM. This portfolio houses the planning, training, exercise, and watch programs. I'm requesting your support today for a $503,542.41 investment in these programs. This investment is to sustain the people, programs, and capabilities that prepare Nevada before disasters occur. This project directly addresses the capability gaps identified through the state's THIRA and stakeholder preparedness review by strengthening infrastructure systems, recovery, mass care, logistics and supply chain management, and community resilience. With this funding, we will continue developing and maintaining critical statewide emergency plans, deliver NIMS Basic Academy and position-specific training, and conduct a progressive exercise program that includes the regional integrated preparedness symposiums in 3 regions, readiness days, and functional exercises annually. This funding supports a percentage of salaries for the portfolio, pays for 20 staff to attend the Nevada Preparedness Association Summit, and 20 staff to conduct and support RIPS. This funding will also support the maintenance of a new THIRA SPR tool that was requested by stakeholders, the procurement of a new learning management system that has more capabilities. Other expenses cover supplies, cell phones, project management equipment, technical assistance, credentialing equipment and software, instructor pay and travel to conferences, training opportunities, and vigilant guard activities. This investment benefits all 17 counties, our cities, tribal partners, state agencies, local jurisdictions, public safety organizations, and private sector partners. Preparedness is a statewide responsibility, and this project coordinates across every Nevada region. Without this funding, there will be reduced training opportunities, delays in critical planning efforts, scaling back of exercises, and leave identified capability gaps unresolved. In closing, this investment helps Nevada's ability to prevent, protect against, respond to, and recover from disasters and acts of terrorism. It ensures that our emergency management system remains ready to support communities across the state before the next emergency and even after with our Nevada Emergency Operations Center responsibilities. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Andrea S.
Andrea S. for the record, the new learning management system, what's the current cost that you guys pay for the current system? I see in the budget what the new cost is, and then what additional capabilities are being gained through the new system. I know new systems always come shiny, they're great, just for understanding of the cost difference.
Yeah, no problem, Andrea. Lindy for the record. So we currently last year paid another $50,000. That was an outstanding invoice to our current NTQS contractor, and then paid $10,000 for a maintenance contract while we explore a new LMS. We have to go through the RTF process right now and get 3 quotes. So there's the significant cost of procuring it and then building it. If we get the one we're hoping for, there'll be opportunities for online training. It will keep external and internal records in there. It will schedule the instructors for the courses. There'll be a lot more information readily available on that platform versus our built program by like an independent contractor.
And thank you. I have a follow-up question on it. Does the you said you're gonna go out and get need to still get quotes. Do you know if the 50,000 and change is going to be enough for the new learning management system? And if it comes in above that, are there funds to help support the difference in cost?
Typically, the normal process, we choose the least expensive vendor, so that's the amount for the vendor we hope that we get. Our other quotes were higher than that. So go ahead, Sharon.
Chair, Sharon Luce, may I approach?
Yeah.
Sharon Luce, Deputy Administrator, Office of Emergency Management, for the record. To clarify, the current vendor that we have maintaining our learning management system created a bespoke product for our agency. The challenge with that is we're reliant on one person to build any further capability, as well as just help us with the management and administration of the current system as it is. As we go out for a request for proposal for a new learning management system, we're looking for an actual vendor that provides vendor support and is a technology company of some sort that has already been working in the learning management space for various different educational products, so that it's not a complete rework every single time or an ask to build something outside the box. So that's why the cost of it, the previous vendor was what it was. When you go to a more technology-based organization or company to fulfill something, whether it's Microsoft or something else through Microsoft, there is going to be a level of difference with the capability, because a lot of features that you would expect from a learning management system are already built in.
Thank you for that response. It makes sense. And ours is antiquated. I know that. I don't think anyone disagree with that. I was just curious. So thank you for that. And I have one other question, but I know there's another hand raised.
Andrea, go ahead and then we'll go on.
Okay, under equipment, under multiple, so like under planning program, training program, I think exercise program, and watch program, they all have cell phone listed. Are those individual cell phones, or those the cost is not, cell phones is not listed out by itself? Are
Yes.
those
All eight, sorry, Andrea, Lindy, for the record, all 8 employees in the portfolio have cell phones because of the technical positions we have. And so they're broken up into individual budgets under planning, training, exercise, and watch.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Washoe County?
Maria, for the record, when discussing the training platform, my understanding was that you were looking for something similar to what Washington, D.C. has. Is that correct?
Yes.
Cool. So for everyone else here, if you haven't enjoyed the wonder that is Washington, D.C.'s educational platform, it would be like moving from a Windows 95 platform that we currently have to this Century. And it has the capability of offering ICS classes virtually, which they developed in concert with FEMA during COVID. So 300, 400 is offered virtually, and it's a shareable asset nationwide. So to be able to rise to that capability would allow us to cut down on travel costs locally, but also to increase the training and education that's available. I know right now a lot of people have frustrations with the current system. You can't even see filter by location, that sort of thing. So I think this would be a phenomenal move, if I may say that myself.
Thank you, Kelly.
Matt Peterson.
A lot of my questions got answered, but if in equipment and training, you can break that down. And then I have a third question. Hopefully you can remember 3 all at the same time. In your app, it said you received no funding in 2025 HSGP funding. So what activities continued, stopped, or were funded elsewhere, and where did that funding come from?
This is Brett Thompson. I'm gonna answer that one. So the way we got through that last year, we advised the governor that we were not funded. And as you guys know, those grants went over 3 years. And so we are gonna spend every God-loving past year dollar to fill that gap. And that leaves us in a situation where basically as we move into the next set of grant cycles and the next biennium, we will be living year to year, just like everybody probably should, instead of living on the last 3 years.
Lindy, for the record, I can follow up too, Brett, on that comment. Great questions, Matt. We still provided the best service we could and did not lose capability with what we had. So for example, with planning activities, they provide technical assistance. One example is with statutory plans, and they are part of co-organizing the safety conference every year with Department of Education. Our training program provides technical assistance, classroom support. We would like to meet with our federal counterparts in Oakland at the regional interagency steering committees to build those relationships with our new team members. Exercise provides technical support by designing and facilitating exercises with partners, helping with the ARIP process, and designing and conducting our 4 quarterly state level exercises in our functional. So we were still able to provide all of that with our limited resources.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that we're trying to squeeze every dollar out of it that we can and make this the most efficient. I would love to upgrade from the Abacus that we're using now as a training system to something else. So I do support that.
Thank you.
Clark County.
Yeah, Brian O'Neill for the record. Could you talk a little bit about the training budget? I think most of the classes that we request are EMI or TEKS delivered where there is no cost. Can you talk about where you came up with the 95,000?
Sure, we do have budget in there for instructor pay and instructor travel. While we try to build the cadre throughout the state in all 3 regions, and the more we offer G courses, however, we still have courses like 0305 that we may have to bring out of state instructors in for while we are continuing to build that. And then just supplies in general, and we have that money allocated as long as we still need that outside support.
Lindy, can I hop in? Diana Clarkson, City of Henderson EM. When I had asked about like the train the trainer, it sounds like we're not getting that until for like a year and a half. It was rescheduled. So do we have those actually on the docket within this performance period to bring down associated with that travel cost?
Sure, Diana. So the actual 449 that they can bring to our state is for 2027. However, Rachel's working on becoming a 449 state where it's a G course and we can teach it ourselves, which we would like to do by the end of the year.
Hi, Lindy. Anna Chavez from LVMPD. Just quick question. Is there any scalability to some of this? It's almost like a $200,000 ask just in training.
What I can scale, Anna, is like we can go from 20 to just 10 state attendees at the NEPA summit. That would save us $15,000. I could take out NEMA travel and registration for the 2 people in my portfolio. I'm sorry, the 4, because it's biannual. Trips, that is almost $15,000. We could remove the AHIMT conference registration and membership for $2,900. I could take out the 2 project management courses that I would like myself and one of my team members to go to at $8,000. And we could reduce the FEMA Region 9 risk travel at $1,858. So I would cut from some of these other expenses before I cut from statewide training. But that comes to $43,550 that I could scale.
Lindy, this is Taylor Allison. I have a follow-up. So on your instructor pay and travel that you have budgeted for 95,000 currently, what are your current costs looking like? Is this an increase from what your current costs are? Are you projected this fiscal year to spend approximately $95,000?
Thank you, Taylor. So this number is the same number we asked for last year, and that was based on a 3-year average. So it's possible we may not need that much, but we want to be safe and ask for it. I mean, we could reduce some of that as well if needed.
Sorry, just for clarification, 3 years total or 3-year average, you took an annual cost?
Average.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Additional questions?
Lindy, can you back up a little bit? You said we're bringing folks in from out of state to teach courses. What courses? And do we have people within the state that can do that?
Right now, we're trying to build capabilities for in-state instructors for 0305, and we're having a hard time accomplishing that because it's consulting companies versus people on our marathon contracts. We're in the middle of working on that, but we do have out-of-state instructors specifically for 0305 right now. And then we do pay instructors to go region to region. So it's not just out of state, it's if we need someone to go to another region to assist. We pay for that travel, even if we're not paying for their pay, which their jurisdictions are.
Lindy, Brett Thompson, question for you. So we're paying for instructors whose agencies aren't willing to allow them to teach on their normal rate if they were to say take leave and then instruct for us?
Correct.
Thank you. Any additional questions? John?
So John Backenoff from Carson City. So again, in regards to all the travel, all the conferences, echoing what everybody else said, I'm looking for budget, some sort of budget cut on that. In regards to the instructors going from other areas, how can we not coordinate to where the instructors are from that region, teaching in that region, so there is no cost? It seems like there's plenty of instructors, even in Elko with Lee and Matt, the night shift seem to be able to pull out their training. But I've never seen a request to offer the 0305 to develop our own instructor cadre. I just recently heard about the 449 instructor stuff. I've never heard anything about that, developing our own cadre, until that just came up. So I think the way we could actually strategically look at this is focusing on those regions supporting their needs, then those asks are taken care of at the local level.
Thank you, John. So to your first comment, I did offer to reduce 43,550 with travel for different conferences and training opportunities. We have had requests from Region 3 to come to other jurisdictions and teach. And so there are our own EMs and instructors that want other opportunities within the state. We have been coordinating with the regions, and Rachel's done an excellent job at reaching out to all the instructors, communicating any changes coming up. So we are working on that. She's currently meeting with people right now, trying to get 0305 for Chief O'Neill and Region 1, and it's in process literally. So if people haven't been reached out to you yet, they will be.
So a clarification, this is John again. To be an instructor for 0305, the trainer, so we have our own instructors in the state and we're not paying outside contractors for that service, was that part. And I was just echoing the first part on the budget cut stuff. So I appreciate you reiterating the number.
Okay, yes, what we were requested in Region 1 was to offer a train the trainer after we offer 0305, so that we could have more instructors in state. So we're working on that as well. We just need to get the 0305 taught first and then get the train the trainer. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, any additional questions, comments? All right, thanks, Lindy, appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, with that, we're gonna go to M or Mike. This will also be Office of Emergency Management. This will be the statewide recovery program. This is not ELEPTA. It is not a national priority area. It is the state required statewide recovery brief. Chris, are you doing this?
Yes.
Okay.
Good morning again. My name is Christopher Daniels. For the record, I administer the Tech and Mission Support Portfolio for OEM, which houses GIS and the technology components referred to in this application. I'm requesting $106,225.80 under HSGP to sustain the statewide recovery program preliminary damage assessment capability. This is a standardized statewide tool that the state uses to collect, validate, and report damage data after a disaster or an act of terrorism. The capability gap is the state's ability to quickly and consistently capture damage data during an incident. The ArcGIS Survey 123 and Quick Capture tool provides one statewide platform for recording damage locations, photos, narratives, and cost estimates in real time. Without the project, PDA teams fall back on manual forms and spreadsheets and emails. That would equal delayed assessments, incomplete documentation, slower decisions. After a terrorist event or catastrophic incident, that delay directly weakens the state's ability to determine impacts, request state or federal assistance, and prioritize recovery for communities that need it the most. This is a sustainment project. It's the minimum necessary to keep the PDA tool operating and the staff trained to run it. The ArcGIS Survey 123 tool and Quick Capture lets PDA teams document damage, affected facilities, service disruptions, locations, photos, and estimated impacts in one standardized statewide format. It improves situational awareness, operational coordination, and information sharing between state, local, tribal, and federal partners. It supports the recovery core capability, and it's shareable with other jurisdictions. So in general, this maintains the Survey 123 licenses across the grant period so that we have uninterrupted access to the tool. It funds a portion of the GIS staff to support and maintain, troubleshoot, etc. the tool, and dashboards, forms, and data layers and reports that are associated. It provides the PDA tool training to state, local, and tribal partners so the tool can be used consistently during any damage assessments. Complete GIS training so that the state keeps the internal technical capability to maintain the tool, and review and update PDA forms and reporting at least annually after major activations. This budget breaks down into three major categories. Organization, as I mentioned, covers the GIS analyst position who maintains and manages only a $42,000 portion of that salary. The equipment, cloud-based ArcGIS subscriptions and licenses to run the tool, including the desktop and online subscriptions, creator, and search licenses. Search licenses make up the bulk of that number, and they are necessary to allow all the different jurisdictions, EMs, to use the tool at the drop of the hat. And training, the PDA tool training, where our GIS and other folks can travel to your jurisdictions and train your EMs and first responders on how to use it. The program has been sustained and executed across multiple award years, most recently 23, 24, 25. The tool is only useful if it stays licensed, maintained, and staffed. If the licenses lapse or we lose GIS support, it ends in inconsistent manual data collection, and when fast and accurate assessments matter the most. That's it.
Good questions for Chris? DT?
Yeah, good morning. Thanks, Chris, for the presentation. Just a quick question on the ArcGIS tool. I know this is recovery specific. Is there any thought or plan that the tool would also be multi-use during response for GIS mapping of, say, for instance, Empower data?
Absolutely, because ArcGIS has that capability, we can use the same tools and templates that we created for this and apply it to different scenarios and roll it out under a different name. So just having it and maintaining it allows us to be able to split it off into other usefulness.
And then just a quick follow-up. So then obviously that'll fold into the GIS training that you'll do for folks for PDA and recovery. There'll be some element to sort of capture any response use in those trainings as well. DT Allen for the record again.
Sorry, if you were talking about if we spin it off into another use case, no, the training that's quoted here wouldn't really cover that, because as it is, we really shoehorn a lot of training into a small period of time to get those first responders on the quick capture tool and able to use it. So yeah, adding to that scope would be a bad idea. We would probably campaign for other funding to do training for any other uses.
Understood. Sounds like a good collaborative effort. Should you be selected here? Thanks. DT for the record.
Noah?
No, whereas for the record, for those of us outside of the emergency management space, how often is this tool used, and do you have any recent examples?
Yes, so it was just used for multiple flood and landslide incidents that occurred on the 22nd in Washoe County and Story County. I'm not positive, but Lyon County, sorry. As far as how often does it get used, it would get used every single time there is a disaster or damage assessment required. So no matter the scale, if any jurisdiction calls on OEM for a state assistance, then this is the first line. This tool would immediately get activated for those local responders. They can do their windshield assessments using the quick capture tool, and then further the PDA teams that go out for the state with the engineers can do the actual damage and cost assessments with the Survey 123 tools that are included here.
Kelly Echeverria for the record, can I just speak to the recent use for the floods? It was not used by us as a local agency, it was used by the state. So we did our windshield assessments. We had Red Cross go out and do a more thorough assessment. And then our Public Works Department went out and did an even more thorough assessment, which was uploaded into our instance of WebEOC. And then the state went out and did their assessment, which was not on individual houses per se.
And I'll just follow up from Lyon County as well, because we were the other county that declared as part of this process. Taylor Allison for the record, and I concur with Kelly. I have some challenges with this one because we learned some lessons during the 2023 floods that Survey 123 was not deployable in the way that we thought it would be for PDAs outside of just supporting the state level. Once we achieve a declaration, we then have to extract that data and fill out the FEMA damage inventory forms and go through the FEMA grants portal. There was no way to leverage the data that was collected. And so we've gone outside of that, increased our investments in utilizing outside platforms. Quad County, we use another vendor and created our own forms, which we deployed during these most recent floods. And so I do have some challenges with this one. Because it's not functioning to the capability that we had originally anticipated.
Like to chat with you afterwards. Okay, Matt.
Matt Peterson again for the record. Have we explored, and how come the state is not partnering with Nevada Division of Forestry to use their existing survey tools for prevention, mitigation, and response? Also, the U.S. Wildland Fire Service has a tool available that we use on every single wildland fire. We use it on all of our mitigation projects, both the state product and the federal product. And that is extremely beneficial to our resources on the ground. And it's already a system that's being utilized that I think would be a little more handy for all of the users in the field to have that access instead of adding a third account that I'm probably never going to log into and use.
Okay, to answer your question in general, I agree. If there is a better option that's being used widely and it's standardized, standardization is the best approach. If everybody already uses it, that is something that we should explore. This is what we have as our current capability, and it does have a lot of capability that's not being leveraged. We do try our best to get these trainings scheduled, to get our GIS person in-house with a lot of locals so that we can show them how much quicker the newer quick capture tool is. To Allison's point, you were talking about 2023 was a good example of bad usage. Since 2023, we have improved this whole capability, and we demonstrated that with a few trainings that we did last year, or the year before with Corinne went around to different jurisdictions and showed the quick capture tool, which being honest, it's great. It's a great capability. It's very fast, but to your point, you're correct. If there is multiple different logins and you're going to forget, this capability is what allows us to still have the people available to communicate with you, coordinate with you in case you're doing these windshield assessments. Any group that needs the capability and doesn't have existing capability, we have it, and we have the accounts for everybody. We can do the password resets. That's not the primary issue. And once it is getting used, it is a very good tool in general. Better than the survey 123 that might have been experienced in the past.
Hey, Chris, is Brett, for the record, Brett Thompson. So is it fair to say that we OEM will evaluate all options that were presented, including quads, NDF, and US Forest Service, as we determine which way we move forward, whether it's with survey 123 and quick capture, or if it's one of these others, and we will go with whatever the best option is?
Yes, I always look for improvements, efficiencies.
Okay, thank you. Additional questions or comments for Chris?
Hey Brett, it's Matt again. Yeah, just to reemphasize, we use it through the shared stewardship program, which exists multiple places in the state. It uploads photos, damage assessments, comment blocks. You can do field streaming, mapping. You can do it remote. It's all sorts of, and I think it's if we adopted a new one, we'd be duplicating external efforts.
Very good. Roger, Matt, and obviously Chris will coordinate with you to learn as much as possible. Appreciate that. All right, last call. Okay. Thank you, Chris. Next, we're going to go to November. This will be the Nevada Threat Analysis Center. This is a law enforcement LEPTA. This is a national priority area of fusion, and it is a state required category of fusion.
Hey, good morning, everyone. I'm Greg Prestipino, the director of the Nevada Threat Analysis Center. So the NTAC is part of the National Network of Fusion Centers and is the Department of Homeland Security recognized state fusion centers with an area responsibility covering 16 out of 17 counties, with interests across the entire state to include all state agencies, tribal nations, and the Office of the Governor. We work closely with our fusion centers and our intelligence partners at SNCTC and Nrac in collaboration of threat analysis and sharing of information. As a critical component of the United States Homeland Security and Counterterrorism enterprise, the purpose of the Nevada Threat Analysis Center is to receive, analyze, disseminate, and gather information from and to share intelligence information with fusion centers, the federal government, state and local tribal governments, and our private sector partners in an effort to detect, deter, prevent, and/or mitigate terrorism and other criminal activity. This funding requested is intended to sustain NTAC's programs, our operations, and staffing in accordance with the Fusion Center baseline and critical operating capabilities, while also supporting our critical infrastructure and key resources assessments, threat liaison officer program, and national priorities areas of focusing on enhancing law enforcement, terrorism prevention activities to prevent terrorism attacks. NTAC focuses on building and sustaining capabilities in areas such as intelligence and analysis, information sharing, threat analysis, and also terrorist interdiction. Thank you.
All right, questions or comments for NTAC? Greg, it's Brett Thompson. I got one question for you. So I'm looking at your, you've got 3 personnel listed at 100% salary. What is your intent on that to reduce or adjust as we go into biennium?
As we go into this next biennium, we have already put in HR 19s to the state to get those 3 positions moved underneath the general fund. As everyone knows, that takes legislative action and approval. Just want to let you know we have those HR 19s and we're moving towards trying to get those positions under the general fund. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, sir. I see Wash County.
For the record, I see you have CDs listed on here. Would you be able to please explain the use of compact discs in the year 2026?
Yeah, I believe that's under just the general supply costs. We could probably amend that for USB drives.
It's also on there.
Can you repeat that? You broke up.
Sorry, USB drives are already listed.
Yeah, we could probably take off the CDs then.
Bring back floppies. All right, anybody else for questions for NTech? All right, we want to see your beta tapes.
Thank you.
Thanks, appreciate it. We're moving on to, Oscar, this will be Office of Emergency Management, this will be a 911 grant proposal, Ms. Tawana. This would be a, LEPTA, this would not be a national priority, or it would be in the encouraged, 911 system enhancements for that.
All right.
Good morning. Screen. You gotta scream. You
scream.
gotta be louder, they're gonna be mad at you.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Chair, members of Nrac, thank you for letting me present to you guys today. For the record, my name is Tawana Gerchman, statewide 911 coordinator and statewide interoperability coordinator for Nevada Office of Emergency Management. I respectfully request your support for a statewide 911 assessment that will evaluate all 33 public safety answering points across Nevada's 17 counties. Today, Nevada does not have a comprehensive statewide baseline of our 911 system. While our local PSAPs continue to modernize based on their individual needs and available funding, we lack a complete picture of our statewide capabilities, including technology, cybersecurity, interoperability, governance, GIS readiness, workforce sustainability, and next-gen 911 preparedness. Without that baseline, we're making long-term investment decisions without fully understanding where our greatest risks and opportunities exist. This assessment will provide Nevada with an independent, data-driven roadmap to identify capability gaps, prioritize future investments, strengthen interoperability, and improve the resilience of our emergency communication systems. It will ensure that future funding decisions are strategic, coordinated, and based on identified needs rather than assumptions. It is also important to recognize that implementing next-gen 911 is a significant investment. Arizona conducted a statewide assessment before moving forward with implementation, and its statewide next-gen 911 implementation ultimately represented an investment of approximately $27 million. California's next-gen 911 implementation has involved investments of hundreds of millions of dollars and has experienced significant challenges, delays, and contract changes. Those experiences reinforce the importance of establishing a comprehensive statewide baseline before making any major investments. To provide a Nevada perspective, one Nevada PSAP invested approximately $161,280 for its own assessment prior to implementation. While that assessment benefited a single agency, this proposal would establish a statewide baseline for all 33 PSAPs, allowing Nevada to identify shared needs, prioritize investments, avoid duplicating efforts. Nevada has an opportunity to learn from successes and challenges of other states while building a roadmap tailored to our own operational environment. Every emergency, whether it's a wildfire, flood, cyber attack, active threat, or a terrorist incident, begins with a call to 911. Strengthening that first point of contact strengthens the entire public safety system for every first responder in every community across Nevada. As I've reached out to stakeholders across the state requesting letters of support, I've been encouraged by the overwhelmingly positive feedback. Agencies recognize that this is a statewide need and understand the value of establishing comprehensive baseline to guide future improvements and investments. This is not simply an OEM initiative, it's a collaborative effort that benefits every county and every PSAP. Nevada stands at a crossroads. We can either lead with a coordinated strategic approach or risk falling behind further. Your support will help ensure we build resilient, modern emergency communication systems that protect every Nevadan. For these reasons, I respectfully ask for your support in moving this project forward. Open the questions.
Okay, I see, Andrea, here first.
Andrea asked for the record, which PSAPs have you been working with, or have you, because some of the PSAPs have already adopted Next Gen 911 and capabilities throughout the state. Are those the ones that you're garnering letters of support from, or have you got them, or what have we learned from them? And then how does this assessment, I guess, complement what has already been implemented through those PSAPs, which I think are the largest PSAPs in the state who have adopted Next Gen or 911 already? So just trying to understand
Yes.
how that
great
all
question,
benefits.
Andrea. Well, right now, Nevada is fragmented. Like you said, some of the larger counties already started their implementation of Next Gen 911. But Next Gen 911 is not just about only upgrading your infrastructure. It's also about interoperability. The cost increases when you're trying to connect those other PSAPs to one another. So without actually getting the baseline of that information, it's gonna cost millions of dollars. So, I think the best way to move forward is to actually get a baseline, to have somebody come out here to see what moves we need to make, so we don't spend millions of dollars and have to redo something because we didn't take the prior steps in the beginning.
This is Brett. Which counties are at Next Gen 911?
Well, Clark County is working on it, Washoe County is working on it, Elko is working on it. But you have the ones that are in between. Your state 911, Nevada State Police has nothing. And they are one of the entities that each and every county talk to regularly, and they have no means of interoperability because they have no means of additional funding.
And then this is Brett Thompson, just so everybody, we put it on the table. We know at the state, we do not have the ability to levy a 911 task. That is delegated to each individual county to determine how they do that. Each county can choose how much that they tax, up to $1, I believe, and how they use that. We are restricted in the state from pursuing FCC dollars because we also have a law in the books that allows us to use 911 funds for other than 911 services, such as cameras. Which restricts us from being able to pursue some of the additional grants of the federal government. So we're all on the same playing field, right? Counties kind of own this, and we're trying to help that out. Okay, Noah.
Noah Boyer for the record. Looking at your budget for some of these line items, the 150,000 for travel, where did some of that justification come from?
Well, the travel, it includes all the 17 counties. It includes visiting all the PSAPs within Nevada. And it's not just travel. It's mostly for statewide planning efforts. Hold on, bear with me. It's not just travel alone. Actually, it is more or less. Is travel against to all 17 counties. The travel is required for the contractor to conduct on-site assessments, meet with PSAP leaders and the stakeholders, and validate assessment data. And it observes observations of each PSAP. So it takes time, and flights are not very cheap.
Well, I mean,
And
flight.
And everything else.
Well, I mean, you can get a very nice hotel at the Silver Star in Elko, and I don't think it would be that much. I mean, and that's all. I mean, we've kind of hit travel on all of these projects that have a substantial travel budget, and in an entire year or 2 years, you can do a lot of trips for that amount of money, and we only have 17 counties. Most of them don't have an airport, so it's going to be by vehicle. And even at mileage rates, like that is a substantial amount of money just to travel to our 17 counties.
I agree. But it's also, I have some notes here. Hold on. Because it's not just about travel. And it's the travel itself maybe can be scalable. I agree.
You will need to scale. Okay.
And just a follow up to that, like what is the scalability of this project? I mean, it's $1 million ask to drive around the state and look at all the PSAPs and put it together, right?
Yes, there can be tier levels starting at tier 1. It could be starting from $350,000, but it doesn't include all of it includes all the PSAPs, but it's the baseline data collection. That's pretty much something that I started collecting, but not everybody has contributed all their information. But there is also
This is Brett Thompson for the record. You're saying tier 1 is the minimum spend on this to get the minimum assessment?
actually negative. Tier 1's minimum spend is 350,000. And what that would do is the planning and coordination and statewide interviews and a high level PSAP assessment, which is going through and discussing and seeing what type of equipment each PSAP has and exit strategy for each PSAP. But GIS assessment is only screening only. Governance and funding, that's also another thing because you have to address the governance within our state as it is right now. And the roadmap and final report, that also includes that amount and is $350,000. Now, for what this does, it will break down this project into three different tiers. And each tier would increase. So if we were to do that, if we were to do it tier by tier, it would be 350 for the first part, the second tier would be 500,000, and the third tier would be 750,000. So with that, it would actually be more money in the end if we were to do that. And according to the time frame, if we would do it in one shot without everything being fragmented, we could get it done between 8 months to 12 months. With this, it's gonna take at least 3 years, and I'm gonna have to come back and ask again.
No, Boyer, one last question with this. Is this a contract going out and a contractor going around to all of these sites, or is this something being conducted by you and your office?
No, it would be a contractor going out. That's actually gathering all the data. And there will be submitting preliminary reports and the final report, a roadmap and a final report. And it will be for the entire state, for all 17 counties, even the ones that already started, because like I said previously, it's not just about the infrastructure updating. It's about actually getting us all to be interoperable. And we can see the bird's eye view as to how we can get Nevada there. And it would be a one-time thing, and it actually benefits the entire state. Yes, the larger counties can continue to do what they do on their own, and but what about the rest of Nevada? We all just gonna stay in our own county and not go anywhere? So we need to look up all of us.
I go to a lot of counties, so I'd gladly go wherever we need to do to support the state. It's a very large project. That's all.
It is. I know I'm asking a lot, but I think it's beneficial for us as an entire state.
Go to Matt, because you got a laundry list of them up there.
Oh, gosh.
Matt?
I need to find.
We got Matt and Lee. Lee's gonna go first.
So this is Lee. So for 10 years, I served served on our E911 committee here in Elko County. We started in 2016. We employed a consultant starting in 2017, and the costs even for one county were relatively substantial. But the reason to employ a contractor is because the level of expertise that exists at the local level, at least here, didn't really match with what our ask or what our eventual ask was going to be. There's a lot of statutory requirements. You have to have an E911 board. If you're going to assess the surcharge, there's other parameters. You have to have every chief law enforcement officer. You have to have a 5-year plan. You have to have a project list, all these things that you have to do at the local level. So we really needed a contractor to come in as a consultant and tell us what we needed to know starting that out, and then kind of how to carry it forward for the first couple of years. So I'm behind kind of looking at that piece. I guess my questions start with Elko County is already next gen for all our telephone network and everything. And if this leads to there being some sort of interoperable communication between all the centers, regardless of what their CAD is or regardless of who their next gen provider is or whatever, like I am down for that. But who do we know what counties are assessing a 911 surcharge at the current point and at what level?
Most of the counties are actually collecting 911 surcharges. It's just a few smaller counties that are not, because they're small and it doesn't make sense for them to charge their citizens additional money where they're not going to get anything anyway. But it's just the counties. At a state level, no, there's no.
Yeah, the law is very specific to it goes to the county, so cities and the state don't really have the authority. And then I guess the other thing is it scalable in a way that you could scale it to focus on those counties that either aren't collecting a surcharge or that aren't started with some sort of next gen. Because I think you guys hit on it when you were discussing it earlier with governance and funding. That was one of our biggest hurdles, was being able to initiate the governance that's required by the statutory requirements and initiate the funding. And even in Elko County, it started at 25 cents. And over a series of years, we were able to move it to $1, which is the statutory maximum. So that would really kind of be my last question: is there a way to focus it on either those that aren't collecting or those that aren't proceeding towards significant upgrades such as a next gen?
Yeah, yes, it could be scalable to fall back on that, because then you could work on just basically the smaller counties, like the ones in the middle, Esmeralda, Lyon, all of the Carson, all of the smaller counties, to be able to get that expanded statewide assessment. And that will be with a partial EZNet and GIS governance. And that rate would be about 750,000.
Okay, I'm gonna go to Washoe.
Whoa. Hey, Matt Peterson's still on my own account.
All right, Matt, it's all your.
Don't you dare forget about me.
Sorry.
Matt Peterson, for the record. So I think that next gen has been extremely beneficial for us, and it's been amazing. I like the effort going this way. I would say though, I think it's more beneficial to work and coordinate either virtually or in person with those PSAPs to have them utilize their E911 funds as maximally as they can, more efficiently, instead of allocating these funds to that when they're already have an ability to do it. Like, for example, Elko County, we did it with the 25 cents we collected, but we did the majority of the work. And so I think that's more of an appropriate avenue. I mean, $1 million is a massive, massive ask out of this pot of cash. And so I think trying to support the counties standing up on their own to get their own enhanced 911, they have to recognize that they need it and it'll benefit them as well instead of pushing it to them.
I agree, I hear you.
All right, Matt, any additional before I move on? Okay, hearing none, I'm gonna go to Washoe County.
We can defer to DT. Kelly stepped out for a minute.
Okay, DT?
All right, appreciate that. Thanks, DT Allen, for the record. Just a quick question from me about your budget. So, just curious about the source. Did you base that on conversations with folks that are already sort of approaching the next gen? Is it quote based? Just trying to get a sense of where you derive the numbers in your budget. Thanks.
The numbers on the ask is from a quote. That is from a quote, one quote. I didn't have much time to get multiple quotes. And I've also reached out to Arizona and California and some local to see where they were, but not a lot of local PSAPs got back to me. So most of this is from our surrounding states and a contractor. So it could be up for RFP as well, depending on the buy-in from everyone else as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, we're gonna go to Chris Daniels, and then I think I saw Washoe walk back in, we'll go over that. So Chris?
Okay, just Christopher Daniels for the record. I just wanted to comment and maybe get ahead of some of the questions that might be coming. Especially considering the lump sum ask and then the possibility for tiered rollout, which is more expensive than the lump sum ask. I'd be open to consider scaling this back in a different way instead of a lower level review of all counties. We could do this on phased approach. We could have a few counties at a time rolled out over the course of a few years. So anything that we could get to, if we had to scale this down, we could work with the contractor to just work on those most critical, most needed counties first, and then roll on in the next years into the next counties until we have full coverage.
Okay. I'm gonna go to Washoe County.
Thank you. Kelly Etcheverria for the record. My first question is, it seems in your budget that you've broken out a lot of things, including travel, which we touched on a little bit, but I know in our contractor hiring purposes for projects, we don't break out their travel as a separate line item. They get one amount that, they bid for the entirety of the project, and that's what they do, and then they deliver that service. So I'm wondering if you could explain why you're breaking out these things as opposed to approaching the project in that way. And then I have a second question, but I'll wait until you're done.
Well, to answer your first question, this was the first time that I've actually done one. So it's a learning experience, and that's the way it was written up in the contract. Well, not the contract, but the proposal that I received from the contractor. So that's how it was all broken down. But after speaking to you guys here, I know that there's different ways to approach it, and this is why I'm here as a learning experience and to get acclimated to this way of grants.
Right.
Can you clarify, you already have a proposal from one contractor or multiple contractors?
Just one. I did not have time to get multiple, but one. It was one contractor, the Galena Group. I reached out to Mission Critical just so I can get a primary, but nobody does anything for free.
Right, we're not all here for fun. We're all getting paid. Can I ask you to clarify if you were able to get cost estimates from other jurisdictions who have approached this and have looked at their requests for proposals and how those were structured?
Most of them were just written out whole. It had just basically what they were doing. Like for Arizona, per se, they actually had just written out, and then at the baseline, they had their total amount, what was included at the end, and the total amount.
Okay. My second question was, We have a lot of jurisdictions present here today on the call, and I'm not hearing any of them really speak up in strong support of this. So if anyone here would be impacted by this, I'd love to hear your thoughts on it.
Well, the only PSAPs that I only talked to the PSAPs, the communication managers, the emergency communication managers. I have not talked to any emergency managers. It was just the PSAPs themselves because they are boots on the ground and they are experiencing the ins and outs of what happens within their dispatch center. So that's why I reached out to them for their support, and they truly supported it. And also, John, didn't you support me?
So John, back it off for the record, I always support Ms. Tawana, but from there, this project's hard to swallow with the cost, number one. Number two, at the geographical changes across the different PSAPs around the state. What's good for the goose is not good for the gander, meaning Clark County, we always use them as an example. And then a smaller county like mine, two totally different aspects. Multiple jurisdiction versus single jurisdiction point of views going into this process. From there, the breakdown of what that county or jurisdiction would get out of that per PSAP. Some counties have multiple PSAPs, some have one. So when you're looking at that, I don't think we're looking at apples to apples, which creates a huge disparity in what each county would get out of this.
And that's the purpose of.
I understand that for the total cost, but when we look at what we're already doing to look at our progressions moving forward into this process, this money could be used a lot better elsewhere than in this particular plan. Nothing against you and your efforts. I appreciate it entirely. We have lots of good candid conversations. This is a lot of money that goes towards something that I see it as a DMV project to where it's going to keep coming back every year for more and more money because it never completes the mission. And then what do we get out of that mission when it's never implemented? So we put a lot of money into a very large program, very large process. In our state, it's just been shown these type of projects don't go very well, whether it's a legislatively funded program or a grant funded process. Out of that, where did Arizona get the money to fund this project and how much was their cost?
They got some of their money from grants because Arizona, from 911 grants, because Arizona actually follows the rules and they are able to achieve those federal funds that we get. And which is crazy because it's not fair that if one agency is using and the other agency is not using their funds for things that are not allowed, it shouldn't be, this entire state shouldn't be held accountable for
Government's
it.
not fair.
But that's what it is. But here we go. But the thing is, if we continue to go the way we're going now, it's going to continue to be fragmented. We're never going to have that big picture. We're never going to understand which way we need to go. And it's going to cost you more money in the end to actually get everybody to be able to speak to one another or to be interoperable with one another. That is the case at the end result. It's going to cost money. It's going to be millions of dollars for the entire state to be next gen. It costs California $456 million to do their next gen. And they actually have to redo it because it's broken, because there was never really a collective. And this project has to be a collective with everyone, with every county, with every emergency manager. Everybody has to put their input in it in order for it to work. That's why I said that this grant would actually build our community and make us work together to make it work. And it will take 8 months to a year. So this will be a one-time thing, not 2 years, not 3 years, a one-time thing. If we knock it out.
Can I jump in? Taylor Allison, Lyon County. So in theory, like the concept of a baseline assessment, I think will benefit all of us. What capabilities are across the state? I think it's confusing because we are fragmented. I did want to speak to the recommendations and the outcomes because I do have some challenges with possible unfunded mandates coming out of it, whereas counties have the decision to maybe pay more to own their own equipment or have some autonomy over their own system as we're each leveraging different 911 surcharge fees. And I'll just note, I do sit on our county's 911 surcharge advisory committee, where we have just passed in our recent 5-year plan investments to move us closer to next gen 911. I do have great concerns that it will not be tailored approach, you know, giving the freedom that we have budget limitations in a statewide assessment, if that makes sense. What does that look like? Or is the intent to provide recommendations to each county, tailored to each county, or is it statewide to get us to an end goal in 5 years? Could have significant fiscal consequences for our county. And so I'm really hesitant to see that move forward if that's not clearly done.
All right, and Salome.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. Salome Barton. Tawana, real quick, I think what Chief had mentioned before with what is the minimum was I heard a number of 350,000. If you were to receive 350,000, what can that do for your project at this time?
And the 350,000, again, it is fragmented. That is the minimum baseline that we could possibly do. And what that would cover is all 33 PSAPs being evaluated, but it will be limited representative visits and some major risks because we're not actually out there hands-on. Well, the contractor is not actually out there hands-on and seeing it. And it's gonna have to be information that's gonna be provided from the PSAP and IT and their GIS and all these different people, instead of them going there and actually getting that data that we need in order to move forward. It's like pulling teeth here. And
Oh, okay, that helps a lot because what I'm hearing is the fact that all 17 can receive as some sort of assessment just to start the project off. But however, if you were to do that, and this is you going to those that do not have a 911, a next gen 911 system first, and maintaining and getting that assessment on those first, and then moving on and building on that program with that information, would that help just getting the minimum at this point and work on additional funding at another time?
possibly, I could take that into account.
All right, I'm gonna wrap it up here because we still got a bunch of other projects and a whole lot of work to do, so. I appreciate everybody's input, obviously, right there. All right, so we're gonna move to P, Papa. This will be Washington County presenting. This will be the perimeter notification software and system. This is can be LEPTA. It is in the national priority area of soft targets, and is also in the Nevada encouraged category of alerts and warnings and the EVAC and incident information sharing. So with that, Washington County, Kelly.
Thank you, Kelly Echeverria, for the record. This project strengthens Nevada readiness for terrorism by improving real-time information sharing, coordinated response, and clear public communication. Our THIRA documents complex coordinated attacks and active shooter events that impact thousands of people across multiple jurisdictions and require immediate alerts, identification of danger areas, and coordinated protective actions. The SPR shows that Nevada has major gaps in operational coordination and public information warning, which are critical capabilities during terrorism events, among others. By providing a statewide platform for mapping incidents, sharing intelligence, and issuing rapid public information, this project improves the ability to prevent, prepare for, protect against, and respond to acts of terrorism. This project directly strengthens information sharing, situational awareness, and coordinated decision-making by providing real-time incident mapping to be shared amongst first responders and also with the public. This platform provides for the support of large-scale events, as well as planned events, as well as unplanned events, as we just used it in our flooding situation up here in Washoe County. Our ask this year is for the full statewide amount to include all counties. I will say that I have not made contact with Eureka or Lander County. So there is some flexibility in that that amount. I want to be transparent. That would be $19,000, as I have not confirmed that they do want this capability. However, I didn't want to leave them out as the turnaround time for this grant application was very short. So that is all I have to say about that.
Greg Thompson, I just like to speak in favor of this. So last couple of days, Kelly and I have been working with California as they've had a fire approaching our border and watching their evac system, although they use a grid. I know some of you guys use grids and some don't, and just do the drawing. But the ease of use of perimeter as a citizen is tremendously different than the system that California is using. I'm also watching it. I have a kid that's on fires in Minnesota and watching their evacs. There's no question that the use ability as a citizen of perimeter versus at least 2 test cases I've watched in the last 2 days, completely unparalleled. And especially if you've got this built for the whole system for all 17 counties, Kelly, you have the state EMs vote on this one. Noah.
Chief, can I just add, we did watch this and compare with the fires in LA a year or so ago, and felt very validated in our decision to go with the system that we chose. It does show citizens where they're at in relation to the threat that is in the community. And so it allows them to make better decisions about their own safety, whether to leave or not leave, whether to shelter in place, that sort of thing. Many of our Nevada areas have high transient visitor populations. And so we wanted to give visitors the tools that they need with unfamiliarity with where they are to still make safe choices. I'll stop there.
Okay, and Noah?
So from the opposite side of it, right? The guy putting the information in the system, like I don't have to use all my color crayons for this one. It is very easy to use. From running special events on that hat, and then also from the emergency response and the bomb squad side of it, being able to put in target locations and saying, hey, I need an evacuation for this area. It is very easy to use from that perspective as well.
Kevin Cole-Curcio?
Sorry, I almost broke it. I'm just going to echo what Noah, Captain Cole-Curcio for the record. I'm going to echo what Noah said. As a user and a line level user, this is phenomenal. It works well for not only the law enforcement side of it when we're setting up perimeters or doing large scale events, but it is a phenomenal thing for fire when we're doing coordinated events or evacuations and things of that sort. It is just a phenomenal tool, and I will just second that, what Noah said.
Okay, any additional questions, John?
I just want to jump back to Carson City. I want to throw my support behind this. I've used it for multiple fires, special events, even things like mosquito fogging in neighborhoods to give the neighborhoods an awareness for their own health and safety. So we've used it for public health purposes as well. And it's a valuable tool, and the more people that utilize it, I think they'll understand that, as the other stories have told.
Okay, I'm gonna go to Kelly and then I'll go to Roy. Kelly?
Yes, sorry, I was remiss. We've worked really hard also over the past couple of years to incorporate automatically from local city public works, any road closures or road work being done. And then we've recently been able to connect and bring in NDOT data automatically as well. So if you do have to order an evacuation, that road closure data is already in there and you're not sending people into a road closure, for example.
All right, thank you. Roy?
Roy Anderson, I want to just echo everything everybody else has said about the ability to use this from a safety and response standpoint. As a school district is very reliant upon this information to help our schools and our 60,000 students and 9,000 staff know what's going on and how to respond and stay out of areas that is needed.
This is Taylor Allison, Lyon County. I'll just echo the sentiments, go ditto on the record, but also this vendor has worked with us to evolve our capabilities as these contracts have been approved. And so we really appreciate, we have grown tremendously in our ability to close these gaps because of this service. And so thank you, Kelly, for continuing to put this forward on behalf of all of us. You have my support.
All right, Carrie, you want to jump on board?
Yeah, Carrie Underwood for the record, and I just wanted to say that before I heard Kelly Echeverria for the record. But hey, quick question about the licensing, just because I don't fully understand it. Is it friendly to an operational environment that is like a watch that is more desk oriented rather than individual license holder oriented? In other words, what you have going on with them, does it work for that type of environment as well? Or do you have to get every individual a license? And if that's not an issue because you have as many licenses as you want, then disregard.
Kelly Echeverria, for the record, it is not license based, it is service based.
Love it. Thank you, Kelly.
All right, well, looks like that one went well. So we're gonna move on to the next one. Next one's also gonna be from Washoe County. This will be Q Quebec. This will be the statewide COOP sustainment. This one. Not LEPTA, not National Priority Area, is one of the state required, depends on the COOP cog continuation. Kelly?
Kelly Echeverria, for the record, this project directly supports Nevada's ability to prepare for, protect against, and respond to acts of terrorism by ensuring government agencies can continue essential functions. All funded projects must clearly state that terrorism preparedness, including planning, training, equipment, and exercises, and this meets that. COOP COG sustainment strengthens statewide readiness by maintaining leadership succession, alternate facilities, and operational processes required during complex attacks or disruptions. This aligns with Nevada's required investment areas for this fiscal year, which specifically identify COOP COG as a mandated priority. By ensuring continuity of government during terrorism and all hazard incidents such as cyber attacks, coordinated assaults, or infrastructure disruptions, this project supports the statewide Homeland Security mission and meets the requirement that all projects contribute directly to terrorism prevention and response. This project is in its 18th year, going on 18th year, and has brought in 44 entities from around the state, all jurisdictions, into the COOP portal. And so we will be looking to add 2 more, and those entities are Mineral County and Endow. Thank you.
All right, questions for Kelly on this one? There you go. All right, appreciate that. We'll move on to the next one. This will be Washoe County Sheriff's Office. This will be the Washoe County Sheriff's Office CERT program. This one is LEPTA. It also qualifies in the national priority area of soft targets, and it qualifies under the state required investments for CERTs. So Washoe County Sheriff's Office. This will be item Romeo.
There we go. Joe Olossereggi for the record. Thank you for the opportunity to present the Washoe County Sheriff's Office CERT program proposal. The Washoe County Sheriff's Office Community Emergency Response Team operates under the Citizens Corps program and serves as a critical component of the Nevada statewide emergency preparedness and homeland security framework. CERT enhances the region's ability to prevent, protect against, respond to, and recover from emergency disaster events by equipping community members with essential disaster response skills and integrating trained volunteers into established emergency operations. Basically taking a whole community approach to preparedness. The program's mission is closely aligned with the state's national preparedness goal and directly supports several core capabilities outlined in Nevada's THIRA and stakeholder preparedness review. Statewide assessments consistently identify capability gaps in community resilience, mass care services, long-term vulnerability reduction, logistics management, and the protection of soft targets. CERT directly addresses these gaps by maintaining a trained and deployable volunteer force that supplements professional emergency responders during high-impact incidents such as wildland fires, floods, and terrorism-related events and large public gatherings. With approximately 250 active volunteers and an annual training pipeline of 75 to 100 new volunteers, which we get from 4 academies that the CERT program puts on throughout the year. The program contributes as a force multiplier for local emergency operations while promoting a whole community approach to disaster readiness. Just to give you an idea, in 2025, the program produced 23,152 hours back into the community, which came out to $694,575 in taxpayer savings. CERT volunteers routinely assist during major community events, including the Reno Rodeo, Hot August Nights, and the Great Balloon Races, through access control, perimeter monitoring, and crowd safety operations, along with suspicious activity reporting. These activities directly support the national priority of protecting soft targets in crowded places. Additionally, specialized groups such as the Citizens Homeland Security Council and the Rail Auxiliary Team strengthen local counterterrorism awareness, critical infrastructure monitoring, and information sharing. Our ask this year is $127,047 and a penny, and represents a substantial level investment required to preserve essential program functions. Of this amount, $11,547 supports organizational needs, including 3 intermittent part-time sheriff support specialists, positions responsible for volunteer coordination, operational support, equipment management, record keeping, planning, documentation, and compliance with federal and state grant requirements. These staff members are fundamental to program delivery. They administer CERT academies, managing volunteer deployments, coordinate community outreach events, maintain operational equipment, and ensure program meets all reporting obligations under FEMA and the Nevada Office of Emergency Management. At present, these positions rely solely on grant funding with no alternative funding source within the county's general fund. That being said, we are working on filling the gap to get these positions through the county. Without continued support, the core program operations, including training, outreach, and equipment sustainment and volunteer readiness, would be significantly reduced. The remaining $15,500 supports essential equipment and supplies needed for safe and effective volunteer operations. This includes replacement of CERT backpacks, first aid materials, PPE, flashlights, small tools, traffic control equipment. These items are routinely used during deployments and require ongoing replacement to sustain operational readiness. Funding also supports tools necessary for modern emergency management, such as personal tracking software that enables real-time monitoring of volunteer assignments during evacuation, flood assessments, and major incidents. This capability enhances situational awareness, safety oversight, and coordination within the incident command structure. I will take any questions about the program.
All right, any questions? Okay, you're off the hook, sir. Appreciate it. Next, we'll go to S, Sierra. This will also be Washoe County Sheriff's. This will be the office detention facility enhancement and interagency communication capability. This is a LEPTA. This is the 10% border mandatory spend, and it is auto approved. It should be number 1 on your ranking sheets. Sir, I will give you the floor, or Washoe County, I'll give you the floor to brief this for everybody's awareness.
Noah Boyer for the record. So when we looked at this year's project for the border element and the way that we could make it best fit for our current detention facility, which serves as a Northern Nevada housing for Homeland Security. We looked at the construction of the facility is the best way that we could apply this 10%, and looking at ways to facilitate the visitation abilities of our inmates housed in our facility. That is the vast chunk of this. And then the other aspect of it is looking at the communication interoperability amongst our Homeland Security partners and honestly our federal partners all together. When we look at Butler, Pennsylvania and what took place there, one of the biggest things that was cited in that after action was inability to communicate across our state, local, and federal partners. So for this project, we have $87,304 to purchase equipment that would allow us to essentially take one of their radios, we plug it into a magic box, and then it communicates with our radio channels. It's plug and play. I tried to find something that would make it very easy for us. And those two things are what we're looking at funding for this project.
All right, thank you, sir. Are there questions for Noah on this project? John?
So John Backett, Noah, what was the difference between this project and last year's project?
So last year's project, what I focused on for that one was currently when someone's brought into our facility, they have to undergo a screening process. That screening process before was done in our lobby, right, with every other inmate watching. And what I wanted to do was to take a section of our current intake process and to segregate that off to provide those people some privacy, so that they're not having everything done in front of everyone. So that was last year's project. This year's project, right now, we really don't do in-person visitation. And what this project does is it allows us to reconstruct a space to help facilitate that. One of the biggest things is contact visits for attorney visits. Currently, we only have 3 of those facilities, and they are always booked. So by reconstructing this other space, it allows those inmates in custody facing deportation, they can have visitation with their counsel, and it also allow potential visits with family as well to help facilitate those so that their visits aren't done 100% virtually.
Copy, thank you. This is Brett Thompson for the record. Just so every member of the Nrac is aware, the project from last year is still on hold from DHS and under review, and we have not been able to release those funds to them to allow them to move forward with last year's project. Okay, additional comments or questions? Okay, thank you, Noah, appreciate it. Okay, next presentation will be also Washoe County. This will be Nrac, the Northern Nevada Regional Intelligence Center. This one is a LEFTA category. It is a national priority area of both soft targets and fusion centers, and is a state required spend under the Fusion Intel Center category. So.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Lieutenant Joshua Jenkins, and I serve as the director of the Northern Nevada Regional Intelligence Center, Nrac, with the Washoe County Sheriff's Office. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you all today. Currently, Nrac is collaborating with all local law enforcement agencies for threat detection, as well as working heavily with NTAC and SNCTC. We definitely appreciate those relationships and the guidance they provided the last few years. The funding request you have before you focuses on 3 integrated capabilities that address critical gaps in proactive threat detection, intelligence sharing, and the protection of soft targets through our region. The first one is an open source intelligence platform. Right now, we have found that most of our threats that we see here locally and in this region begin online. Individuals often communicate intent, conduct surveillance, express grievances, or seek ideological reinforcement through these forums. Our analysts currently have to go through all of these threats and information manually. What we're looking to do is bring on a platform that allows us to aggregate that information automatically, where our analysts can then focus on determining the credibility of any threats and the dissemination of the information from those analysis. Our second request is for a jurisdictionally owned camera system for infrastructure and soft targets. It is important to note that this is not a criminal investigation camera system such as Flock, Axon, Vigilant. This is would be a county-owned, county-managed, with county managing all the information obtained system that we purchase. So there would be no recurring cost to the agency. There'd be no recurring costs coming back next year. Right now, Washoe County has hundreds of what we'd identify as soft targets infrastructure, whether they be schools, hospitals, places of worship, universities, railways, waterways, you name it, we have it. The goal of this agenda item is to put a system in place that we can monitor and also share with our intelligence partners at NTAC, SNCTC, EOC, and then neighboring agencies to protect these critical infrastructure and to provide enhanced security at large gathering events, special events such as Hot August Nights, Reno Rodeo, where we have large crowds. This would enhance security and hopefully help mitigate any threats to those events. The third item that we're looking at is our intelligence-based mapping. What this does is allow our analysts to aggregate information from all available sources and get an intelligence picture of the region. Right now, we are currently rolling this out for year one. We haven't seen it online. We have spoken with other agencies that have similar software, and they've had really good results with it. I do understand that this is the intelligence-based mapping. Last year we had or requested it. It had come in at 30,000. We were able to successfully negotiate that price down. Unfortunately, industry-wide, the prices for that have gone up exponentially. So the price on that is hard set at 60. And that is all I have. If you have any questions.
Okay. Do you have any questions for Washington County? All right, thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Next presentation will be uniform. This will also be Washoe County. This will be the Consolidated Bomb Squad robot enhancement. This one is a LEPTA. It is a soft target for the national priority areas and is a mandatory spend for the Nevada areas.
Thank you, Noah Boyer, for the record, commander for the Consolidated Bomb Squad based out of Reno, Nevada. We serve as one of 4 bomb squads in the state. We are a state deployable asset, get asked to cover all of our neighboring counties as well as parts of California for anything that could be potentially explosive related. Our ask this year is for $208,000. It's for robot enhancements. So as Brett said, you guys have given us a lot of money over the years, right? $1.2 million to keep us as that deployable asset to provide the explosive response for all of those counties. So in good faith, this last year, I went back to my partnering agencies and made a push that we need to show that we have an investment in this. So last year, we purchased a robot. That robot was $493,000. That replaced our aged out primary bomb response robot. We were able to go to our partners again to look at replacement of another one of our robot platforms. So I was able to get our 3 partnering agencies to buy the platform itself. That was a $132,000 investment for another quadruped robot. What our ask is for the attachments to make that robot basically a functioning robot. Right now it's a quadruped, it can walk around. We got 4 little cameras on it. Our asks will purchase the arm, edge compute capability, camera, x-ray integration, and then sampling capability. So a couple of years ago, this group assisted in letting us purchase a robot that had detection-based equipment for ChemBio. This enhancement will now let us do the sampling portion of it. So now we can find out it's there, and now we can collect samples, bring it back without putting our first responders, our hazmat team members, our bomb squad members in harm's way. One of the biggest things that we're facing right now is the counter UAS response. So when a drone is mitigated in the air, we've seen over 600 of them during FIFA events. It now comes to the ground and then it becomes bomb squad response. So we're having to adapt to that. And one of this robot would be used for that capability. We also use it, as you stated, for our soft target and crowded places response. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Washoe County.
Kelly Echeverria for the record. I just want to state that NOAA's team does support the Great Reno Balloon races, and there is a number of drones that are found during that event. So this will be incredibly beneficial, even for just that one event.
Brett Thompson for the record. I just wanted to put out there that I really appreciate the way in which the multiple bomb teams in Northern Nevada that use this set of funds coordinate every year to synchronize who's getting what and sequence the approaches. I think that's the model system, and just want to commend you for that. So thank you, Matt.
Thanks. You segued into mine. I was going to ask Noah to talk about it for the group of how they work that internally so that we're not getting 4 requests. And like last year, we helped worked with Noah and then Shane Daz over here in Elko with their bomb squad to use a private foundation to replace their robot. So they are looking for tons of different avenues. So they're not coming to us every year for this. But if Noah wants to talk about how the 4 official bomb squads in the state coordinate, and so we're not getting inundated with different requests. But I totally support this, and I could agree with Brett more that the way they internally manage and juggle that helps us out dramatically at Nrac.
No, Boyer, for the record, I mean, everyone kind of has put it out there. We get together as bomb squads, right? And over the years, we've fought each other, right? And we know that this is a select pot of money. So for the example for that, right? So Consolidated Bomb Squad, in working with Tahoe Douglas, they are now the bomb squad who is in need. So you'll see this request from us, and then next year you're going to see a request from the Tahoe Douglas Bomb Squad. Because they're in need of a robot replacement. So we do prioritize amongst ourselves. We look at our call volume. We look at the areas that we cover. We look at the availability to cover each other when whether it's robot platforms, bomb techs, whatever it may be. We try to assist each other as much as we can at the lowest level possible because we know that there's a need in Northern Nevada from every special event. I mean, there's a need across Nevada, right? I'm glad that I don't have to deal with Vegas and their volume of special events. But we assist each other covering those events. We've sent bomb techs down for Formula One. We've sent them down for Amazon events because we know that there's a need statewide, and we just try to be the best stewards of the money that we can.
Hey, Noah, I'm going to make a suggestion to you, and this may go over poorly or great to the group, but as we're continuing to support these massive events like the Super Bowl that's going to be coming back to Vegas, I know that a lot of that cost falls back on the local agency for them to deploy those resources. I can tell you in the future, I would probably support you guys putting in for some travel to help and cover those large events like Super Bowl and things like that, where we're sending multiple bomb squads from all over this state.
No, Boyer, for the record, we have worked on funding. I know when we sent techs down for Amazon because it's a private event, they're able to get that funded. And we've assisted in other ways with some of those public events. We do bear the cost on that. Burning Man, we cover the cost for that event just because we understand it's 80,000 people in a crowded place, and my 2-hour response time is quite a bit of a drive. So, yes, sir. Sorry.
You're welcome.
Director Underwood.
Carrie Underwood, for the record, no, I'll just echo a little bit. Really appreciate your creative approach and trying to get as many of the things that you need with your partnerships and working with ours. And I oversee the Sebring team down here with Armor. So appreciate that you're always looking to get as much of those costs covered as you do. Definitely an advocate of your team and your approach. And lastly, I'll just weigh in. The quadruped robot dogs with those capabilities that he's asking for, critically important in just a multitude of operational settings, not just special events. Again, appreciate you, Noah, and definitely supporting your ask.
Okay, any additional questions or comments? All right, with that, we will go to the last presentation of the now afternoon. This will also be Washoe County. This will be Washoe County Sheriff's Regional Mobile Ad Hoc Network and Communications Project. It is LEPTA. It does qualify under the national priority of soft targets as well as cyber, and is not a state-focused area. Washoe County.
No, Boyer, for the record. So this project, we're not using CDs and floppies anymore. Like, this is my shove into the 21st century. When we look at critical incidents and kind of where I took this from, we've been using mobile ad hoc network in robots for some time, and that kind of opened up the doors to me and had the opportunity to talk to places like the Carolinas when they were post-tornado, Texas after the floods, and they had this capability. The capability has been used during the global war on terror over Iraq, Afghanistan. It was developed for subterranean communication, and it has expanded exponentially. And it's this migration into public safety. And basically, it's understanding that we're moving away from communication being solely radio thing, and it's actually a data thing. And we would look at being able to push data in an environment where either A, the infrastructure is overwhelmed, or B, there's no more infrastructure. This is like opening that door. Las Vegas has been using mayonnaise systems for helicopter video as well as on-scene video for some time. Currently, Phoenix is developing a mayonnaise citywide for all of their tactical teams as well as bomb squads. It gives us the ability to bring our own infrastructure with us, which is something when we look at post-incident, which we lack, right? We saw that during the Davis fire, we had one radio tower go down, and we saw a massive impact to our ability to communicate. Even when we brought in the cows, we brought in the Colts and all those types of things, and we still weren't able to push the data that we needed to. When you look at the Reno area, right, we have our EOC, our four dispatches, 4 police stations, numerous fire stations, 7 hospitals, all of those that if we lose internet capability, we lose that ability for them to just look at patient data, to have the ability to communicate, the ability for CAD. We've seen our internet go down at our dispatch, and the impact that it has is exponential. So being able to put up a mobile ad hoc network to just network point to point, and it's encrypted. It meets all of the requirements for level 2 encryption. So we can use patient data. We can push all kinds of information over it. It's a huge ability that just to start the process, right, would be huge. And that's what this is looking to do, is to kind of push that towards our abilities. The other half of this is there's been a lot of changes as we look at radios, right? These are P25 compliant, and it has a failover to Starlink, right? And that's a huge capability that we miss right now. If we have a tower go down, we don't have communication. We don't, right? We go line of sight, which is not very far. So these radios that I asked for in here when we're looking at our search and rescue units, our tactical teams, or just general patrol response, right? Our 2 deputies who are up in Gerlach, they don't have that ability. And one of the things is like making this a deployable asset, right? So it doesn't have to be strictly a law enforcement thing. It can be fire, it can be our emergency management, it can be healthcare. If you have a network go down, cool, we have that ability to set it up. So for crowded places, Burning Man, when we had the weather out there, we lacked that. We had the overwhelming effect on the system, and we couldn't push data. We couldn't talk to people. This would help overcome that for us. I've been talking for way too long. I will take questions.
Director Underwood, you got your hand up?
No, I just failed to lower it last time. I like holding my hand up for a long time.
Any questions for Noah?
Taylor, Allison, Lyon County, have you looked at any other funding mechanisms for this type of project?
No, I haven't. And there's been some, I love this group because everyone starts texting, like looking at potentially E911 funds and those types of funds as well. It is an option. What I'm trying to do with this is kind of expand. We used funds in the robot world last year from this grant to expand our capabilities with that. And it just seeing what we've been able to do with it, it's crazy. It's night and day, what we've been able to do with the robot, and just like taking a step back and looking at our technology and how when we have one internet connection that fails and the impact it has, and thinking about a terrorist response, and if we truly lost a tower, how that would affect us. That was why I threw it in. This is seeing how we've been able to respond from not only natural disasters, but also critical incidents. It's being used during FIFA right now for a ton of different CBRN detection, and drone mitigation, drone detection. They're all being networked on MAN-A. They're getting off of 5G just because 5G can't support it anymore.
Great, thanks for sharing that.
All right. With that, we are gonna wrap up presentations and give one call out for any additional discussions or things people just gotta get off their chest for agenda item number 5. And after that, we will break and keep going. Okay, so we are going to close agenda item number 5. At this point, we are going to give everybody 15 minutes to go move around, bio break, grab a snack, whatever you need to do. Time is currently 12:30, so if you could be back at 12:45, we will then start agenda item number 6, it will be ranking. Just so everybody knows, as we roll into that, the first thing I will ask for is if there are any project cost adjustments that people want to voluntarily do before we go into the ranking process. We'll then go through the ranking process, and then we will do whatever negotiations are necessary on the backside to see if we can squeeze 1 or 2 or 3 more projects above the line. With that, we are in recess for 15 minutes until 12:45. Good check. All right, time is 12:45. We will call the Nrac back to order. And we will move to agenda item number 6. Agenda item number 6. All right, let's put his glasses on so I can read it. This will be the ranking of the federal fiscal year 26 SHSP project and budget proposals. This will be discussion for possible action. Committee may be asked to rank, or the committee will be asked to rank the projects presented in agenda item number 5. Committee will evaluate the combined rankings and vote on recommended project rankings for the 26 project proposals. The recommended projects will then be presented to the Nevada Commission on Homeland Security Committee on Finance, again on Wednesday morning. Then that afternoon, Wednesday afternoon, to the Nevada Commission on Homeland Security, and ultimately be submitted to FEMA on behalf of the state of Nevada. So as we open this agenda item up, we're going to go ahead and start with solicitation of any cost adjustments that any applicants want to do voluntarily. And so with that, I'm just going to go down the alphabetical list of projects and give you an opportunity if you want to make an adjustment. And we'll make sure that the grants team, Shay and Michael, capture that, and then we'll go to the next. If you don't have an adjustment, just let us know, no adjustment. And then we will go to the rankings. We'll adjust again. Sound fair? Okay, so with that, this would be Nrac ID number Alpha. This would be Boulder City Fire Department. This would be the Regional Communications Enhancement Command Vehicle. Do you want to make any adjustments to your application?
This is Greg Chester for the records, no adjustments.
No adjustments. Okay, this would be for Nrac item Bravo, also Boulder City. This would be for the Hazmat Decon Unit. Do you want to make any adjustments?
No adjustments.
Okay. For Carson City Emergency Management, Carson City CERT, any adjustments?
No, sir.
No adjustments. This is Delta. This is Carson City Election Security Project. Shauna, do you want to make any adjustments?
I do to the 3%, the 13882, please.
All right, so just confirming Delta Carson City Election Project, you would like to amend your application to 3% of $130,882.
That is correct, sir.
Thank you very much. Let me know when you guys are good.
Shay Sloan for the record. I just want to confirm that that's an adjustment of $733,427.50, which gets your final project cost to $130,882.50.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. I appreciate that.
No problem.
Nrac ID Echo, City of Reno, and this is the bailout systems. Do you want to make any adjustments to your proposal?
Hey, Brett, this is Andy Ansher with Reno. I think Aaron and Pete stepped off. They were holding it as is.
Okay, roger that, sir. For F Foxtrot, Douglas County CERT vehicle, any adjustments?
No.
Okay, no adjustments. Golf G, Douglas County CERT, huge project.
Hey, it's a lot of dollars. We will remove that project from the rankings.
Okay. So Golf is removed. Thank you, ma'am. For Las Vegas Metro, SNCTC, any adjustments, Carrie?
No adjustments, sir.
No adjustments. India, I, Lyon County, UTV, any adjustments?
No, sir.
Well timed. J, Juliet, this is OEM's technology and mission support, any adjustments?
Yes, removing the additional NASDA membership, the safety conferences, and our workshop. And total 498,159.42.
You read us back the how much did you reduce it by, Chris?
Reduced by 5808.
$5,808.
Yes.
Shay Sloan for the record, just confirming your final project amount is $498,159.42.
Confirmed. All right, Kilo, Office of Emergency Management Resilience Portfolio. Heather, any adjustments to your proposal?
Heather Lafferty for the record, and we can cut travel, and the total would be $11,585.70. Again, Shay, that's $11,585.70.
Okay, Shay Sloan for the record, your final project amount will be $185,695.16.
All right, Nevada Office of Emergency Management, NIM Styra, Lindy, any adjustments?
Yes, Lindy for the record. So in addition to what I discussed earlier, NEPA Summit Travel, NEMA, AHIMT Project Management Course, and FEMA Region 9 Risk, I will add another 20,000 reduction off of instructor pay, bringing that to a total of 63,550. So my final total, if I can do math, is 430,992.41.
Shay Sloan for the record, I'm confirming I have the adjustment as being $63,550, which makes the final amount $439,992.41.
I'm sorry. Yes, 439,992.41.
Perfect.
Copy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Lindy. Mike, this is OEM Recovery Program. Chris, any reductions to this?
No reductions for this one.
Roger. In November, this will be Nevada Threat Analysis Center. Any adjustments?
No adjustments, Chief. Ready to press the panel for the record.
Oh, Oscar, this is the 911 grant. Tuan, any adjustments for Chris?
250,000?
250?
Oh, no, I would like total 750
Okay.
reduction.
Okay, so reduction of 250. For a total of 750.
Yes. Yes.
Show me know when you're good.
Okay.
Okay. P Papa, this is Washoe County Emergency Management. This is the perimeter for the whole state. Any adjustments?
No adjustment.
Q Quebec, this is Washoe County Emergency Management. This is statewide COOP. Sustain.
No adjustment.
Okay. R Romeo, this will be Washoe County Sheriff's Office CERT. Any adjustments?
No adjustments.
S Sierra, Washoe County Sheriff's Office. This is the detention facility. No adjustment.
No, sir. No board.
T Tango, Nrac, any adjustments?
Josh Jenkins, and no, sir, no adjustments.
U Uniform, Washoe County, this is the bomb squad. Any
No
adjustments?
adjustment. No adjustments, sir. No board for the record.
And Washoe County Sheriff's Office, the mobile ad hoc network and communications, any adjustments?
We'll subtract 33,000 to make it a total of 206,808.
So I'm just going to do a read back, Shay, make sure that we got this right here. So for Delta Carson City, they reduced to the 3%, 130,882. For J Juliet Technology and Mission Support, minus 5,808. For K Office of Emergency Management Resilience Portfolio, reduction of $11,585.70. For L Lima, NIMS Thyra, Office of Emergency Management, reduction of 63,550. For O, Office of Emergency Management 911, reduction of 250,000. And B, Victor, Washoe County, a reduction of 33,000. Are we all saying the same thing? Miss any?
Just G for Douglas County was removed completely.
G, yeah.
Can you please clarify, Kelly Echeverria for the record, can you please clarify O?
O was a reduction of 250,000 for a total of 750,000.
And can you clarify G again?
G was completely removed. It was the Douglas County cert.
Okay, so we got to move everything up. All right.
Okay. So with that, it is 4 minutes to 1. We can give you. I'll come back in 15 minutes and check in and see where you guys are as far as your ranking process. Go ahead and make your adjustments, and the way it will work, we will follow the ranking sheet that Shay sent out. And we will start with Andy Ancho, and we will go to the right, and we will go through every single person's ranking. And then we will go to Chief O'Neill as the co-chair, and then I will wrap it up. And then we will see where we are. So I will reconvene with all of you at 1:15 to check in. Do not feel pressured if you need more time. Absolutely, we want to get this the best fair shake possible. Thank you. Okay, time is now 1:15. Brett Thompson, OEM. Are there any members who need additional time? And do not feel bad if you do. It's completely acceptable. We want to do this right.
But it's Matt, if I could go last, I'm juggling 2 calls at once.
Okay, Matt, we will skip you and let you go almost last. How about that? Okay, with that, what we're gonna do is we're gonna start with Chief Andy Ancho, and then we're gonna move across this sheet to the right, skipping Matt. Second from the last then will be Matt. Next to last will be Chief O'Neill, and then I will go last. I do not want the chair or co-chair to influence anybody in any way, shape, or form. Please be reminded that there is no G, so you'll go straight from F to H as you read down the line. And then we will do a read back with you to make sure the data is accurate. So with that, Chief Ancho, if you would start us off with your rankings going down the line.
Would you like me to say the letter and then the score, Brett?
That's probably easiest as we get going here, if you're okay with that.
Yep. All right, I'm ready. A 21, B 19, C 8, D 3, E 16, F 17, H 2, I 18, J 12, K 15, L 9, M 14, N 5, O 20, P 4, O. Did I get another O? What am I doing here? Q, I'm sorry. P was 4, Q 6, R 7, 5 1, or S 1, T 11, U 10, V 13.
I'm gonna read them back, Shay Sloan, for the record. I have A 21, B 19, C 8, D 3, E 16, F 17, H 2, I 18, J 12, K 15, L 9, M 14, N 5, O 20, P 4, Q 6, R 7, S 1, T 11, U 10, and V 13.
Correct.
All right, do we have Jason Andrus on? Hearing none. Roy Anderson.
Ready. A 17, B 19, C 10, D 4, E 20, F 13, H 2, I 18, J 14, K 15, L 9, M 16, N 5, O 21, P 3, Q 7, R 8, S 1, T 6, U 11, V 12.
All right, Shay Sloan, for the record, I have A 17, B 19, C 10, B 4, E 20, F 13, H 2, I 18, J 14, K 15, L 9, M 16, N 5, O 21, P 3, Q 7, R 8, S 1, T 6, U 11, and V 12.
Roy Anderson, that is correct.
Salome Barton.
Hello, hi, Salome Barton. Okay, A 20, B 18, C 12, D 4, E 21, F 9, H 3, I 11, J 17, K 13, L 14, M 16, N 2, O19 P7, Q6 R8 S1 T5, U10, and V15.
All right, Shay Sloan for the record, I have A20, B18, C12, D4, E21, F9, H3, I11, J17, K13, L14, M16, N2, O19, P7, Q6, R8, S1, T5, U10, and V15.
It's Salome Barton. That's correct. Thank you.
Taylor.
Taylor Allison, Lane County for the record. A17, B19, C5, D3, E20, F6, H8, I2, J14, K13, L15, M16, N7, O21, P4, Q9, R10, S1, T18, U11, B12. That's it. All right, Shay Sloan for the record, I have A17, B19, C5, B3, E20, F6, H8, I2, J14, K13, L15, M16, N7, O21, P4, Q9, R10, S1, T18, U11, and V12. Correct.
John Beckett. John, Carson City, A19, B20, C5, D2, E18, F7, H4, I6, J15, K13, L14, M16, N3, O21, P9, Q12, R8, S1, T17, U10, V11.
Shay Sloan for the record, I have A19, B20, C5, D2, E18, F7, H4, I6, J15, K13, L14, M16, N3, O21, P9, Q12, R8, S1, T17, U10, and V11.
Yes, ma'am. Right. Noah Boyer.
No Boyer for the record. A21, B20, C8, D15, E18, F17, H6, I16, J13, K14, L12, M11, N7, O19, P9, Q10, R5, S1, T4, U2, and V3.
All right, Shay Sloan for the record, I have A21, B20, C8, D15, E18, F17, H6, I16, J13, K14, L12, M11, N7, O19, P9, Q10, R5, S1, T4, U2, and V3.
Rebeck's correct.
Lee Cavanagh.
All right, Lee Cavanagh for the record. A21, B12, C6, D2, E19, F14, H3, I11, J15, K17, L16, M18, N4, O20, P7, Q8, R9, S1, T10, U5, V13.
All right, Shay Sloan for the record, I have A21, B12, C6, D2, E19, F14, H3, I11, J15, K17, L16, M18, N4, O20, P7, Q8, R9, S1, T10, U5, and V13.
Your readback is correct.
All right, do we have Doug McMahon? All right, moving on to Anna Chavez.
A10, B19, C9, D3, E21, F13, H2, I15, J12, K14, L4, M17, N6, O20, P5, Q11, R7, S1, T8, U16, V18.
Okay, Shay Sloan for the record, I have A10, B19, C9, D3, E21, F13, H2, I15, J12, K14, L4, M17, N6, O20, P5, Q11, R7, S1, T8, and U16, and then V18.
Correct.
All right, Captain Cole Curcio.
Captain Cole Curcio for the record, and we'll start off with A18, B20, C9, D15, E19, F16, H7, I17, J14, K12, L13, M11, N6, O21, P8, Q10, R5, S1, T2, U4, V3.
Shay Sloan for the record, I have A18, B20, C9, D15, E19, F16, H7, I17, J14, K12, L13, M11, N6, O21, P8, Q10, R5, S1, T2, U4, and V3.
Their readback was correct. Thank you. Captain Cole Curcio for the record. Apologies.
Colonel Kyle Sherpolio. Hold on. Tim Galuzzi. Kelly Echeverria.
Maria for the record, A 20, B 19, C 5, D 13, E 18, F 12, H 6, I 11, J 15, K 14, L 16, M 17, N 8, O 21, P 2, Q 3, R 4, S 1, T 7, U 9, V 10.
Okay, Sloan, for the record, I have A 20, B 19, C 5, D 13, E 18, F 12, H 6, I 11, J 15, K 14, L 16, M 17, N 8, O 21, P 2, Q 3, R 4, S 1, T 7, U 9, and V 10. Maria, for the record, that is correct.
Right, Andrew, yes?
Can I ask you to come back to me real quick? I'm missing 16 and now I'm trying to figure out what I duplicated.
Okay.
Sorry.
Tim Hill.
Tim Hill for the record. Alpha is 18, 22, 6, 15, 14, 5. H is 12, 4, 21, 16, 17, 19, 2, 21, 1, 7, 8, 3, 9, 10, and 13.
You said 21.
Hey, can you start at O?
Yes, O is 21. Do you want me to continue down the list from O?
Yeah.
So O is 21, P is 1,
Okay, time
Q
out.
is
P can't be one. One has to be S. You want to
I think
read?
there's 2 21s and then he also added in a 22 in there.
All right, so Tim, you want to maybe recompute and then we'll come back to you?
yes.
All right, keep in mind, S has to be one. You only get 1 21. That's right. And there's no 22. We love you still, buddy. Okay, so redo. Eric Holt.
Eric Holt for the record. A is 19, B 10, C 5, D 6, E 21, F 17, H 4, I 15, J 12, K 13, L 7, M 14, N 2, O 20, P 3, Q 11, R 9, S 1, T 16, U 8, V 18.
Okay, Sloan, for the record, I have A 19, B 10, C 5, D 6, E 21, F 17, H4, I15, J12, K13, L7, M14, N2, O20, P3, Q11, R9, S1, P16, U8, and V18.
That's correct.
Chris Lake,
Chris Lake for the record. I have A17, B18, C12, D2, E21, F15, H5, I14, J6, K16, L3, M8, N4, O20, P7, Q10, R13, S1, T19, U9, V11.
A Sloan for the record, I have A17, B18, C12, D2, E21, F15, H5, I14, J6, K16, L3, M8, N4, O20, P7, Q10, R13, S1, T19, U9, and V11.
Chris Lake, that is correct.
Carolyn Levering,
Carolyn Levering for the record. A16, B13, C5, D7, E20, F15, H2, I14, J12, K10, L11, M9, N18, O21, P8, Q3, R4, S1, T19, U6, V17.
Baseline for the record, I have A16, B13, C5, D7, E20, F15, H2, I14, J12, K10, L11, M9, N18, O21, P8, Q3, R4, S1, T19, U6, and V17.
That's correct. Thank you.
Greg Prestopino,
Hello, Greg Prestopino for the record. A20, B21, C11, D7, E19, F16, H3, I17, J8, K12, M13, N2.
Greg, we lost you.
You have me now?
Greg, we lost you. He's very faint.
Okay. Yes, I'll be. Can you hear me?
Now we hear you. Can you resume it? K, kilo.
K12, L9, M13, N2, O18, P6, Q14, R10, S1, T4, U5, V15.
Baseline for the record, I have A20, E21, C11, D7, E19, F16, H3, I17, J8, K12, L9, M13, N2, O18, P6, Q14, R10, S1, T4, U5, and B15.
Greg Pino for the record, that's correct.
Matt, are you ready to go or do you want us to skip you?
I can do this.
Matt Peterson.
Kelly challenged me. She said my ADHD couldn't do two things at once. I will prove her wrong once again. A19, B12, C5, D2, E20, F18, G22, H3, I11, J14, K15, L16, M17, N9, O21, P8, Q7, R6, S1, T10, U4, V13.
Yeah, we're off somewhere because we shouldn't have a 22. And you had put H as 22.
Scratch that one. It's the last.
Can you restart at R, please?
R6, S1, T10, U4, V13.
Jay Sloan, for the record, I have A19, B12, C5, D2, E20, F18, H21, I3, J11, K14, L16, M17, N9, O21, P8. We have to start over. Can you start at the top and read them down, please?
Yeah, I'm including G still.
Okay.
I think that's where we got screwed up. It was already the. Don't shake your head at me, Brett. Okay, you ready?
Go for it.
A19, B12, C5, D2, E20, F18. We won't count G. That's the cert for Douglas County. H3, that's the SNCTC. I11, J14, K15, L16, M17, N9, O21, P8, Q7, R6, S1, T10, U4, V13.
All right, Shade Sloan, for the record, I have A19, B12, C5, D2, E20, F18, H3, I11, J14, K15, L16, M17, N9, O21, P8, Q7, R6, S1, T10, U4, and V13.
Beck is correct.
We have Ken Wienerstein. And Misty Robinson. Misty, are you on?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay.
Sorry. So, Misty Robinson for the record, A19, B15, C10, D3, E21, F16, H2, I18, J12, K7, L9, M13, N5, O20, P4, Q6, R11, S1, T8, U14, and V17.
Okay, so for the record, I have A19, B15, C10, D3, E21, F16, H2, I18, J12, K7, L9, M13, N5, O20, P4, Q6, R11, S1, T8, U14, and V17.
This is Misty Robinson. That is correct.
Bill Severin,
Bill Sovereign. A20, B19, C6, D3, E18, F14, H2, I15, J12, K16, L13, M17, N5, O21, P4, Q10, R9, S1, T8, U7, V11.
Baseline for the record, I have A20, B19, C6, D3, E18, F14, H2, I15, J12, K16, L13, M17, N5, O21, P4, Q10, R9, S1, T8, U7, and V11.
Correct.
Director Underwood,
Gary Underwood, for the record, A11, B17, C13, D6, E21, F18, H2, I19, J12, K16, L4, M10, N3, O20, P7, Q9, R14, S1, T5, U8, V15.
Okay, Sloan, for the record, I have A11, B17, C13, D6, E21, F18, H2, I19, J12, K16, L4, M10, N3, O20, P7, Q9, R14, S1, T5, U8, and V15.
Gary Underwood, for the record, excellent, perfect.
DT Allen,
All right, DT Allen, for the record, A7, B15, C5, D10, E16, F21, H2, I14, J18, K6, L13, M11, N3, O20, P4, Q12, R8, S1, T17, U19, V9.
Okay, Sloan, for the record, I have A7, B15, C5, D10, E16, F21, H2, I14, J18, K6, L13, M11, N3, O20, P4, Q12, R8, S1, T17, U19, and V9.
DT Allen, for the record, that's correct.
Bert Carroll,
As I am a non-voting member, I would decline to vote.
Bert, I think we have you as a voting member, sir.
My documentation says otherwise.
Well, I will give you.
But
the-
if I am wrong, feel free to correct me. But I did not, because I wasn't expecting to vote, I didn't do a tally. But if you've got documentation that shows I am a voting member, please send that.
As the appointing authority for this body, that was the intent, and if we messed that up, I apologize. If you would like to vote, you are so entitled to. We will come back to you if you want some time to do that, and if you want
Thank
to,
you.
you can do that too. Diana Clarkson,
Diana Clarkson, for the record. A5, B11, C15, D2, E20, F19, H3, I18, J9, K8, L4, M7, N6, O21, P14, Q13, R16, S1, T10, U12, V17.
Okay, Sloan, for the record, I have A5, B11, C15, D2, E20, F19, H3, I18, J9, K8, L4, M7, N6, O21, P14, Q13, R16, S1, T10, U12, and V17.
That's correct.
Corey Ross, Scott Means,
Got means for the record. I got A19, B20, C8, D7, E15, F10, H5, I17, J11, K18, L13, M16, N6, O21, P2, Q3, R4, S1, T9, U12, and V14.
Okay, Sloan, for the record, I have A19, B20, C8, D7, E15, F10, H5, I17, J11, K18, L13, M16, N6, O21, P2, Q3, R4, S1, T9, U12, and V14.
That means for the record, that is correct.
but I can pick up some of these. Colonel Sapolio, did you come back on? Hearing none. Well, Andrea S., are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready. I say that and then I lock my screen. Okay. Hold on. Man, difficulties today. Okay. A18, B19, C7, D5, E11, F20, G, oh, we're not doing G. Okay, H4, I6, J16, K17, L14, M15, N3, O21, P2, Q10, R13, S1, T12, U8, V9.
Shay Sloan, for the record, I have A18, B19, C7, D5, E11, F20, H4, I6, J16, K17, L14, M15, N3, O21, P2, Q10, R13, S1, T12, U8, and V9.
Andreas, for the record, that is correct.
All right, Tim Hill.
Okay, Alpha 17, Bravo 20, Charlie 6, Delta 14, Echo 13, Foxtrot 5, Golf no score, Hotel 11, India 4, Juliet 19, Kilo 15, Lima 16, Mike 18, November 2, Oscar 21, Papa 3, Quebec 7, Romeo 8, Sierra 1, Tango 9, Uniform 10, Victor 12.
All right, I have A17, B20, C6, D14, E13, F5, H11, I4, J19, K15, L16, M18, N2, O21, P3, Q7, R8, S1, T9, U10, and V12.
Tim Hill, for the record, that is correct.
Bert Carroll, are you able to do a rank?
I believe I am.
Okay.
Bertram Carroll for the record, Alpha 5, Bravo 10, Charlie 11, Delta 2, Echo 20, Foxtrot 18, Hotel 17, India 1, Juliet 3, Kilo 9, Lima 6, Mike 12, November 8, Oscar 4, Papa 14, Quebec 13, Romeo 16, Sierra is a 1, Tango 10, Uniform 15, Victor 17.
Okay, we've got 2 1s. Can you re-verify India?
Sierra should be 1. India is, oh, I miswrote it, is 7.
So,
Still off somewhere.
Do you find an error?
you got 2 10s.
How did I miss? So what number did I miss?
Bravo and Tango at 10. Number we missing.
So I think we're missing a 19.
Do you want to just read him back his numbers and then he can identify what's wrong?
Am I missing 19? 19?
Yeah, I can read back what we have and then we can confirm. I have A5, B10, C11, D2, E20, F18, H17, I7, J3, K9, L6, M12, N8, O4, P14, Q13, R16, S1, T10, U15, and V17.
Error on my part. Please correct Tango to 19.
There's 2 17s as well, Chief.
I show Hotel 17. I see your point. You know what? It's going to take me a moment to find out what else I'm missing.
Okay, we'll come back to you, sir. All right, so besides Chief O'Neill and myself, is there anybody else that we're missing? Okay. Chief O'Neill.
Brian O'Neill for the record. A3, B17, C5, D2, E21, F7, H8, I4, J18, K15, L14, M11, N9, O20, P12, Q10, R13, S1, T19, U6, B16.
Okay, Shay Sloan for the record, I have A3, B17, C5, D2, E21, F7, H8, I4, J18, K15, L14, M11, N9, O20, P12, Q10, R13, S1, T19, U6, and V16.
Correct.
All right, Bert, are you at a point where you can go, or should we give you one more round?
I am still hashing through my errors.
Okay, no worries. I'm gonna go ahead. Ready? Alpha 19, Bravo 18, Charlie 11, Delta 6, Echo 20, Foxtrot 16, Hotel 3, India 15, Juliet 14, Kilo 13, Lima 8, Mike 7, November 2, Oscar 21, Papa 9, Quebec 12, Romeo 10, Sierra 1, Tango 5, Uniform 4, Victor 17.
Shay Sloan for the record, I have A19, B18, C11, D6, E20, F16, H3, I15, J14, K13, L8, M7, N2, O21, P9, Q12, R10, S1, T5, U4, and V17.
Bert Thompson, read that correct? Bert, just let us know when you are ready.
You informed me as to which number I had duplicated.
You had Hotel was 17 and Victor was 17. 21 is your missing number.
Victor's 21. So let's go through it again, please. Ready?
Yes.
For the record, Bert Carroll, Alpha 5, Bravo 10, Charlie 11, Delta 2, Echo 20, Foxtrot 18, Hotel 17, India 7, Juliet 3, Kilo 9, Lima 6, Mike 12, November 8, Oscar 4, Papa 14, Quebec 13, Romeo 16, Sierra 1, Tango 19, Uniform 15, Victor 21.
Shay Sloan for the record, I have A5, B10, C11, D2, E20, F18, H17, I7, J3, K9, L6, M12, N8, O4, P14, Q13, R16, S1, T19,
U15, and B21.
And thank you for your patience.
Right, we're gonna give Grant some time to iron it out and tell us where the line is, and then we'll figure out what we need to do next. Go ahead and put us, we're gonna go on mute while they work that out. This is Brett Thompson, OEM. If you need to do a bio break, go ahead and do that now. We'll reconvene once they're done with calculations. All right, this is Brett Thompson, OEM. I'm gonna bring the team back to the meeting. We're still on agenda item number 6, which is the ranking. So I'm gonna stand here behind Shay because I can't see and I want to be able to explain where we sit. So what Shay's gonna show you is where the line is at. And so the current line is as follows. You want to highlight everything that is below the line so they can all see that. So I'm going to read through these. So currently below the line, as it stands, with us being approximately 20-some thousand dollars above amount we have available, would be item Victor, which is the mobile ad hoc network. Kilo, which is the resilience portfolio for OEM. Mike, which is the statewide recovery program, which is a mandatory spend, and I have a proposal for the Nrac on this. The Douglas County vehicle. Alpha, which is the Boulder County Emergency Communications Enhanced Command Vehicle. Bravo, which is Boulder's Hazardous Materials Technical Decon. Echo, which is City of Reno's escape stuff. And Oscar, which is the 911 grant. So what I am proposing from the Office of Emergency Management is the following. What I am proposing, since the statewide recovery is a mandatory spend, is what I will do, I'd like to do with the concurrence of the Nrac, is to replace the technology and mission support application, which is $400 and some thousand, with the statewide recovery application, which is $106,000. What that will allow us to do, now I want you to highlight the next two below. I think those next two that we talked about. So that would allow us then to fund Washoe County Sheriff's Regional Mobile Ad Hoc Network, as well as the OEM resilience portfolio. We would still be over how much? $27,000, and OEM would take the $27,000 out of resilience. That would make us break even, with the projects not being funded being OEM's technology and mission support, and then starting there. And then these projects here that are listed, Douglas County CERT, Boulder, both Boulder City projects, City of Reno Fires project, and OEM's 911 grant. So this is open for discussion. For Nrac, if you are willing to accept my proposal from OEM to make those adjustments to try to pick up a couple more projects. And then I will deal with the technology and mission support internally, or however I'm going to do that. So floor is open for discussion on if you are willing to accept that proposal.
This is Salome Barton for the record. I am willing to go with your proposal, Chief.
Okay, thanks.
Chief Captain Cole Kershaw for the record. What is left over if we were to do that and move that line all the way down to, I believe it's 16? Is that right?
Move which line are you talking about?
Oh, if you made your proposal and everything was to switch, how much is still left over after that? Is there a...
There'll be $0 left over. We would break exactly even, because we will be, with what I propose, still 27 over, and I will take that out of one of our projects, the resilience project.
Okay. Well, I'll support that.
Chris Lake, I support that.
Okay. So with that, any additional discussion or thoughts on the ranking here? I would entertain a motion.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
So John, back it all, is there, then did we meet all the minimums of the required thing?
We will meet the 30% national priority areas. We will meet the 35% law enforcement. We will meet the 10% border. We will meet the 3% election. And of course, I will reiterate that 20% of this entire grant is at risk. If we, the state, can't meet the requirements as of today, we cannot. So every applicant needs to be aware of that upfront, but we will hit all of our required numbers. And then we, OEM, will take the adjustments and figure that out for the greater good of the enterprise. Sound fair? Okay, so I would entertain a motion if someone is so inclined to make a motion to accept the ranking as listed on the sheet before you with the following changes. The technology and mission support application from OEM would be moved down. it would be replaced with the statewide recovery project, which is a mandatory spend. And the two immediately following applications of resilience and Washoe County Sheriff's Regional Mobile Ad Hoc Network would be funded, and resilience would be deducted by approximately 27,000 and some change to break even at the line. Nobody has to repeat that if somebody just wants to say.
Solomon Barton, I make a motion to accept the changes made to meet the dollar amount that's after all the changes have been made and the reductions and the change of your projects to remove what needs to be removed and added everything, literally everything you just said. I just could not repeat it, but I place a motion to accept those corrections and changes.
I have a motion for Salome to accept the proposal I have made. Is there a second?
No, boy, I'll second.
I've got Noah for a second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 No.
Any opposed, say nay. All right, motion passes unanimously. We are complete with ranking. This will close agenda item number 6. And just a reminder, we will be going through UAG tomorrow, Homeland Security Finance at 9 o'clock on Wednesday, and Homeland Security at 2:30 on Wednesday with the recommendations that we just formulated for Nrac. We, OEM, i.e. Lauren, will send out an invite to all applicants for both of those meetings. I highly suggest you be there in the event that there's a question by any of those bodies. You do not want to cost yourself a grant if they have a question and decide to change something. With that, we will move to public comment, agenda item number 7. It's a discussion only. No action may be taken upon a matter raised under this item of the agenda until the matter itself is specifically included on the agenda as an item upon which action may be taken. Public comments will be limited to 3 minutes per person. To provide a testimony, please call in on the following phone number: 1-669-219-2599. When prompted to provide a meeting ID, please enter 202-331-8963 and press pound. When prompted for a participant ID, please press pound. When asked to provide public comment, please press *6 to unmute your phone, and *6 again when your comments are complete. Do we have public comment in Carson City? We have public comment on the Zoom platform.
No, Boyer, for the record, just want to extend the gratitude to your staff and yourself for making this as smooth as possible today.
Thank you, Noah. Any additional public comment from Zoom platform? Lauren, do you see any public comment from the phones? Seeing none, I would take a motion for adjournment, item number 8.
To adjourn, Taylor Allison.
Taylor has the motion. Do I have a second? Second. John Backall has a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Say nay. We are adjourned.